Welcome to AI Otaku Studio. If you enjoy fantasy and audiobook adventures, please like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. Also, check out my second channel, Infinite Novel Audio, for more anime and AI inspired content. Now, let's begin.
I've finished my exams, so regular videos will be coming from now on. Thank you so much for your patience and continued support. Chapter 151, Hua Wu, Please Show No Mercy. Juliana Beauty shot Shetu. Soon, the first round of the knockout stage came to an end. In the second round of the knockout stage, according to the rules, the Spirit Master teams that took first place in the promotion matches from the Heaven Dew and Star Luo divisions would receive a bye, while the 3 seed teams would take to the field. For the second round of the knockout stage, Qin Ming drew lots on behalf of the Heaven Dew Royal team, and the opponent he drew was Blazing Academy. Qin Ming shook his head slightly at this result, feeling quite disappointed in his heart. Because he knew the strength of his lord, Tang Chuan, Qin Ming actually wanted to draw a Spirit Master team from the Star Luo division as an opponent. If in the final match, 2 or even all 3 teams were from the Heaven Dew division, or more accurately, from the Heaven Dew Imperial City division, that would undoubtedly bring immense glory to the Heaven Dew Empire and the Heaven Dew Imperial family. Unfortunately, it was not to be. The next day, when it was time for the match between the Heaven Dew Royal team and the Blazing Fire team, Tang Chuan led the members of the Heaven Dew Royal team onto the central spirit fighting stage of the Spirit City Great Spirit Arena. For this match, the Heaven Dew Royal team starting lineup was Captain Tang Chuan, Vice Captain Du Guyan, and the members were Yu Tianheng Shimo, Yu Feng, and Yi Lingling. Among them, the cultivation level Tang Chuan displayed on the surface was a rank 41 Spirit Ancestor, while his actual cultivation was that of a Spirit Emperor. As for Du Guyan, she was a rank 46 Spirit Ancestor, Yi Lingling was a rank 42 Spirit Ancestor, Yu Tianheng was a rank 43 Spirit Ancestor, and the Shimo and Shimo were rank 41 Spirit Ancestors. As for Yu Feng, he was a rank 39 Spirit Elder. As for the Blazing Fire team, Hua Washuang remained the captain, Hua Wu the vice captain, and the members were Hua Lai, Hua Yun, Hua Yu, Hua Chui, and Hua Jun respectively. Among them, Hua Wu and Hua Washuang were spirit ancestors, while the others were all spirit elders. After stepping onto the spirit fighting stage, Tang Chuan led the Heaven Dew Royal team to exchange salutes with the Blazing Fire team in the center of the stage, each side introducing their cultivation ranks and development paths. Discovering that almost everyone on the Heaven Dew Royal team was a spirit ancestor, Hua Wu's heart couldn't help but sink a little, but her heroic and beautiful face remained full of stubbornness as she spoke. Heaven Dew Royal team, your average cultivation is indeed higher than our Blazing Fire teams. But in this match, our Blazing Fire team will not admit defeat. In this battle, do not hold back for us. There's no need to show tenderness to the fair sex. We are not like that fellow Fengzai Ocean. The Blazing Fire team does not accept anyone taking it easy on us. In this battle, we must all go all out. It's very well. Facing Hua Wu's words, a faint smile appeared on Tang Chuan's handsome face as he agreed. To the side, Hua Washuang couldn't help but feel a bit helpless, thinking to himself, "My dear sister, even if we don't count that heaven-defying Tang Chuan, we are still no match for this Heaven Dew Royal team. If you let them take it a bit easy, we could at least lose with some dignity. But you ask them not to hold back. If we lose too miserably, how are we going to explain ourselves when we go back?" Soon after the host announced the start of the match. In the next moment, amidst bursts of shouts and multicolored light, the Heaven Dew Royal team and the Blazing Fire team both summoned their spirits one after another, entering their spirit body enhancement states. For a moment on the Heaven Dew Royal team's side, Yu Tianheng Shimo, and Shimo, who stood at the very front, summoned their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and Black Tortoise spirits for enhancement. Yu Feng summoned his Windbell Bird spirit for enhancement. As for Tang Chuan, Yi Lingling, and Du Guyan, they also respectively summoned their Blue Silver Emperor and 9 Heart Begonia spirits, as well as the Jade Phosphorus Flood Dragon spirit for enhancement. On the other side, the Blazing Fire team also summoned their Unicorn Fire Tyrant Dragon and Fire Shadow spirits, as well as the Fire Crane, Fire Leopard, and Fire Star spirits. Hua Washuang suddenly let out a roar and sprinted out rapidly, charging towards Yu Tianheng and engaging him in a fierce battle. As for the fire leopard, he prepared to rush towards Tang Chuan, Yi Lingling, and Du Guyan, but was intercepted by Shimo and Shimo. At the same time, the two fire crane spirit masters activated their flight spirit abilities. Two pairs of wings unfolded from their backs, and they flapped them to soar into the air, also flying towards Tang Chuan, Yi Lingling, and Du Guyan. Although Yu Feng intercepted one, another fire crane spirit master broke through Yu Feng's obstruction. He activated his first, second, and third spirit abilities, and after splitting into multiple fire crane clones, the wings on his back fanned out, releasing a sky-covering firestorm that swept towards Tang Chuan, Yi Lingling, and Du Guyan. Facing this situation, Tang Chuan immediately executed his movement technique, Thunder Flash. While rapidly retreating, the Blue-Silver Emperor in his hand grew frantically, controlling two strands of Blue-Silver Emperor to wrap around the waists of Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, pulling the two women back with him at high speed. Just as the Fire Crane Spirit Master released the firestorm, Hua Wu suddenly released her Fire Shadow Spirit. Using the firestorm as cover, she controlled the Fire Shadow Spirit to reach Tang Chuan's back at extreme speed. Immediately following that, Hua Wu and the Fire Shadow Spirit swapped positions, appearing behind Tang Chuan. Third spirit ability, Defiant Fire Ring. As Tang Chuan was retreating, Hua Wu gave a delicate shout and first activated her third spirit ability. A ring of crimson light centered on Hua Wu suddenly expanded, spreading outward in all directions. It instantly struck Tang Chuan, Du Guyan, and Yi Lingling, knocking the three of them into the air. Spirit Ring Fusion. Fourth spirit ability, Hua Wu Dazzling Sun. Immediately after, Hua Wu continued to shout angrily. She first used the Spirit Ring Fusion secret technique to merge her first, second, and third spirit rings into her fourth spirit ring. Then she activated her fourth spirit ability, Hua Wu Dazzling Sun. Under the Spirit Ring Fusion secret technique, the color of Hua Wu's fourth spirit ring turned deep purple, faintly verging on black, already extremely close to 10,000-year spirit ring. At the same time, the two Fire Star Spirit Masters of the Blazing Fire team also activated their support spirit abilities, bestowing all their support effects onto Hua Wu's body. In an instant, Hua Wu held her hands high. A massive crimson fireball condensed instantly, continuously expanding and swelling until it turned blazing white, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. Go! As Tang Chuan was knocked to his highest point, Hua Wu's face flushed red as she suddenly gave a loud, delicate shout, violently thrusting the massive blazing white fireball forward, shooting it toward Tang Chuan in the air. Everywhere the massive blazing white fireball passed, the air seemed to be distorted by the scorching heat. After launching the massive blazing white fireball created by her fourth spirit ability, Hua Wu Dazzling Sun, boosted by Spirit Ring Fusion and the support of the two Fire Star Spirit Masters. Hua Wu was also very nervous in her heart, not knowing if she could blow Tang Chuan away and heavily injure him as planned. One must know that when that group of black-clothed, masked bandits previously attacked Tang Chuan, there were 5 titled Douluo, 2 Spirit Douluo, and 3 Spirit Saints among them, not to mention many other powerful Spirit Masters. But facing such an attack, Tang Chuan was able to instantly control those 2 Spirit Douluo and 3 Spirit Saints, as well as many Spirit Emperor, Spirit King, and Spirit Ancestor level Spirit Masters, and he even killed a titled Douluo later on. Such talent and strength could simply be called a prodigy. If they conducted a normal team spirit fight, their Blazing Fire team would definitely lose for sure. Therefore, Hua Wu's plan was to have the members of the Blazing Fire team tie down the other members of the Heaven Do Royal team. One Fire Crane Spirit Master would rely on his flight advantage to use a spirit ability to force Tang Chuan back. She herself would then take the opportunity to use her first spirit ability, Shadow Swap, which she had kept hidden for years, to swap positions with her Fire Shadow Spirit and launch her strongest attack from behind Tang Chuan. This way, there might still be a possibility of victory. Hua Wu Beauty Shot Share 5. Chapter 152. Hua Wu's fire immunity shocks the audience. Zai Yue. This Tang Chuan might be our formidable enemy. Huliana Beautiful Image Sharing 3. White World 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Hua Wu is quite clever. If the Blazing Fire team were fighting the Heaven Do Royal team normally, with Tang Chuan there, they would certainly not be a match for the Heaven Do Royal team. But by going all out right from the start, every member's actions were just to buy an opportunity for Hua Wu. To let Hua Wu unleash a fatal strike, severely injure Tang Chuan, and eliminate the greatest threat. In that case, it is indeed possible they might have a chance to win. Seeing the strategy devised by Hua Wu and the Blazing Fire team in the comparison video, Enning Fengzhai couldn't help but stroke the jade staff in his hand, a gentle smile appearing on his refined and elegant face as he said, "However, if they were facing someone else, perhaps a comeback would be possible. But unfortunately, they are facing Tang Chuan." That Tang San from the Black World consumed the octagonal mysterious ice grass and blazing apricot delicate at the ice and fire yin-yang well, underwent ice and fire body tempering, and gained the ability to be immune to ice and fire energy attacks. And our Tang Chuan from the White World, he didn't fall behind in this ice and fire body tempering either. Enning Fengzhai said with great emotion. On the spirit arena. Facing Hua Wu, who with the support system spirit ability from 2 Fire Star Spirit Masters and the Spirit Ring Fusion secret technique, launched her 4th spirit ability, Hua Wu Dazzling Sun, releasing a huge glowing white fireball. Although it was still in the air, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Tang Chuan's handsome face. The next moment, a large amount of blue silver emperor was seen growing wildly, suddenly shooting up from the ground of the spirit arena, weaving into a huge blue crystal vine wall in the path of the giant glowing white fireball. Boom! The next moment, the giant glowing white fireball hit the blue crystal vine wall and exploded instantly. Amidst a loud noise, it erupted with dazzling white flames, sending out surging heat waves that swept in all directions. At this, even Hua Wu could only cover her face with her arms while retreating rapidly. But just as all the members of the Blazing Fire team watched Tang Chuan's direction nervously, wanting to know if the glowing white fireball condensed by Hua Wu's 4th spirit ability, Hua Wu Dazzling Sun, had blown Tang Chuan away. But when the white flames disappeared, the blue-silver Emperor Vine Wall, which looked like blue crystal, remained completely unscathed and was not shattered or incinerated by the glowing white fireball at all. And since not even the blue-silver Emperor Vine Wall had suffered any damage, Tang Chuan naturally hadn't received any harm either, landing steadily on the spirit arena with Du Guyan and Yi Lingling. How could this be? This is impossible. Discovering that her fatal strike, unleashed with all her might, hadn't caused any damage to Tang Chuan's blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul, and that the vine wall like blue crystal was unharmed, Hua Wu's pupils instantly constricted. Her beautiful, spirited face was filled with anger and disbelief as she screamed out. One must know that both her martial soul and spirit ability were fire attribute. And Tang Chuan's martial soul was a plant martial soul, naturally countered by her fire attribute. How could it be that her fire attribute attack, which was close to a 10,000-year spirit ability, did not cause the slightest damage to this Tang Chuan's blue-silver Emperor martial soul? This is unreasonable. All around, whether it was the others from the Blazing Fire team, the audience in the stands, or Bibai Dong Ning Fengzhai and Crown Prince Su King on the podium, everyone was shocked. White World Blazing Academy. I knew it. Seeing the fatal strike her future self unleashed, in the comparison video fail to cause any damage to Tang Chuan. Hua Wu smiled bitterly, her exquisite and spirited face showed no surprise. Because through the comparison video of the Black and White Worlds, she had also seen that Tang Chuan in the original future had consumed the octagonal mysterious ice grass and blazing apricot delicate, and undergone ice and fire body tempering at the ice and fire yin-yang well. This allowed Tang Chuan and his blue-silver Emperor martial soul to gain the ability to be immune to ice and fire energy attacks. Conversely, he became the nemesis of fire attribute spirit masters like her, as well as ice attribute spirit masters. And because Hua Wu's strongest attack did not cause any damage to Tang Chuan. After landing, Tang Chuan didn't even activate a spirit ability. Just by controlling his blue-silver Emperor martial soul, he easily restrained Hua Wu, Hua Washuang, Hua Lai, Hua Chui, and Hua Jun. Only the 2 Fire Crane spirit masters, Hua Yun and Hua Yu, were struggling in their death throes, but they were also quickly pulled down from the air. Your martial soul is a plant martial soul. Why did our fire attribute spirit abilities not cause any damage to your plant martial soul? This is unreasonable. Although she was restrained, Hua Wu struggled, her beautiful, spirited face still showing arched eyebrows, very angry, as she glared at Tang Chuan and questioned him loudly. It's very simple because my blue-silver Emperor martial soul is fire immune. To this, Tang Chuan didn't hide it either, just smiled faintly and said, "This match you are destined to lose. Although the strategy you devised wasn't bad, did you think that just because your third spirit ring, resistance fire ring, knocked me into the air, I wouldn't be able to act? Even if my blue-silver Emperor martial soul wasn't fire immune, I could have easily dodged it. Why is your martial soul fire immune?" Hua Wu struggled, very unconvinced, still wanting to get to the bottom of it. However, this time, Tang Chuan ignored Hua Wu. As the host announced the victory of the Heaven Du Royal team, Tang Chuan descended from the spirit arena after receiving the cheers of victory with the others. And after Tang Chuan brought Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, and the others from the Heaven Du Royal team down from the spirit arena, Shui Yuger immediately brought the girls from the Tianshui team to greet them. On that exquisite and soft, beautiful face, her water-blue beautiful eyes were full of excitement and admiration, her jade hands clasped in front of her chest, as she said very excitedly, "Male god Tang Chuan, your performance just now was too great. If we meet, you must go easy on us, don't let us lose too miserably. At least, let us hold on the spirit arena for longer than the blazing fire team." Why must you hold on longer than the blazing fire team? Tang Chuan frowned slightly, somewhat confused. Because my sister and that arrogant Hua Wu are mortal enemies. In the Imperial City, there has always been a debate about who is the most outstanding young girl between my sister and that arrogant Hua Wu. This time, if we meet you, but can hold on the spirit arena for a longer time, then the title of the most outstanding young girl genius in Heaven Du Imperial City will definitely belong to my sister. Shui Yuya said proudly with her jade hands on her hips. "Yuya, don't talk nonsense. Didn't I say that I don't care about this empty title of the most outstanding young girl?" Beside her, Shui Binga covered her forehead and scolded helplessly. "But sister, I care. In my heart, you are the most outstanding." Shui Yuya stuck out her tongue but said very firmly. On the other side, in a corridor of a lounge, Hu Liena, Zai Yue, and Yan were standing in the corridor with other members of the Spirit City team, watching the ongoing match on the Spirit Arena. This Tang Chuan's blue-silver grass is actually fire immune. Zai Yue's expression was a bit ugly. Then Yan, won't many of your spirit abilities have little effect on him? This Tang Chuan is likely a formidable enemy for our Spirit Hall team in this competition. White World, Spirit City. When seeing this scene, Zai Yue's mouth twitched, and he couldn't hold it back on the spot. No, what is going on? Didn't Tang Chuan just thwart the attack by Elder Ju and Elder Gui, who brought many titled Douluo elders and Bishop Lordiala and others, and even killed Elder Ghost Leopard? Why does the me in this comparison video seem like I don't know anything, and even say things like Tang Chuan is a formidable enemy of our Spirit Hall team? What formidable enemy? With a heaven-defying prodigy like Tang Chuan, even if our Spirit Hall team adds up, we aren't worthy of carrying his shoes. If this comparison video is broadcast, wouldn't I, Zai Yue, become an arrogant person who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? For a moment, Zai Yu was very broken, unable to help but hold his head with both hands, crazily ranting. Chapter 153, Battling the Divine Wind Team, Revenge from a Simp, Hua Wu Beauty Image Sharing 6. And the situation was indeed as Zai Yu had thought. White World Tianshui Academy. My male god Tang Chuan has just easily crushed the attack from that Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who brought along 3 titled Douluo, as well as many Spirit Douluo and Spirit Saint powerhouses, and even killed that Ghost Leopard Douluo. How can this Spirit Hall team's Zai Yu be so arrogant, actually daring to say that male god Tang Chuan is a formidable rival to the Spirit Hall team? Does your Spirit Hall team even deserve to be a rival to my male god Tang Chuan? Shui Yuka's beautiful eyes widened, filled with indignation. She immediately used the bullet chat to fiercely mock Zai Yu and the Spirit Hall team. Regarding this, Zai Yu felt completely wronged. He hurriedly sent a bullet chat to explain, swearing that he in the comparison video absolutely did not know about this matter. Otherwise, even if he had the courage of a bear and a leopard, he would not dare to act so arrogant. Black World Blue Tyrant Academy. Discovering that on the comparison heavenly screen, whenever matters involved that Tang Chuan, countless fangirls and supporters would go to speak up for Tang Chuan. But when it involved his own affairs, it was basically only mockery. This made Tang San feel stifled and resentful, unable to stop grinding his teeth, clenching his fists, glaring with bloodshot eyes and roaring in his heart. Blind, they are all a bunch of blind fools. Where exactly am I, Tang San, inferior to that Tang Chuan? He, Tang Chuan, achieved the union of the god of life and the god of destruction, while I, Tang San, also achieved the union of the sea god and the Asura god. In terms of achievements, I am not inferior to him. And compared to that rebellious and twisted Tang Chuan, I am extremely filial and respectful to my teachers, and in terms of character, I am far superior to him. A bunch of blind fools, you have already brought death upon yourselves, one day you will regret this. The comparison video continued to play. After the Heaven Do Royal team finished their battle against the Blazing Fire team. Very quickly, the second round of elimination matches ended. After the second round of elimination matches ended, the Spirit Master team that had received a bye in the previous round, the first place of the promotion matches, re-entered the arena. In their place, the Spirit Master team that was second place in the promotion matches received the bye. Of course, if the second place team had already been eliminated at this time, then this bye spot would be passed down to the third, fourth, or even fifth place. And coincidentally, when Qin Ming went to draw lots to determine the opponent on behalf of the Heaven Do Royal team, he discovered that the opponent he drew was actually the Heaven Do Empire's Spirit Master team, the Divine Wind team. White World, Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. Discovering that in the comparison video, Qin Ming had represented the Heaven Do Royal team to draw lots twice, successfully drawing the Blazing Fire team and the Divine Wind team, Tang Chuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This Qin Ming is truly an illusion god of civil war. Out of so many Spirit Master teams, he happened to draw the Heaven Do Empire's Spirit Master teams both times. Moreover, one was the Blazing Academy, and the other was the Divine Wind team. In the comparison video, I just defeated the Blazing Academy and even tied up Huo Wu tightly. This Feng Xiaoroshan is probably heartbroken. This time, fighting against us, he's likely coming for a simp's revenge. The comparison video continued to play. The next day, when it was time for the match between the Heaven Do Royal team and the Divine Wind team, Tang Chuan, leading Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, and the rest of the Heaven Do Royal team members, walked onto the spirit fighting stage. On the other side, Feng Xiaoroshan also led the rest of the Divine Wind team members onto the spirit fighting stage. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. Both sides arrived at the center of the spirit fighting stage and bowed to each other. Tang Chuan, in the last match, you actually dared to be disrespectful to Zyro Wu. Although your strength is very strong, capable of not only easily controlling Spirit Douluo and Spirit Saint, but also killing titled Douluo, I will not admit defeat. This time, I will definitely go all out to take revenge for Zyro Wu. After finishing his self-introduction, Feng Xiaoroshan immediately stepped forward, clenched his fists, his eyes full of excitement and indignation, and loudly declared, "White World's Divine Wind Academy." Discovering that in the comparison video, he was standing up for his goddess Huo Wu, not hesitating to declare war on this powerful Tang Chuan who could kill titled Douluo. Feng Xiaoroshan couldn't help but be full of excitement and anticipation. In that black world, another version of me stood up for Zyro Wu, fought against that Tang San, and finally won the goddess's heart. Now this me in the comparison video has done the same. And this Tang Chuan is stronger, making my willingness to give everything for Zyro Wu even more apparent. This time Zyro Wu will see it, and surely she will agree to be with me. Blazing Academy. Discovering that in the comparison video, Feng Xiaoroshan was being self-righteous again, actually acting like he wanted to stand up for her, excitedly and indignantly saying he wanted to take revenge for her. Hua Wu couldn't help but raise her willow-like eyebrows, hands on her hips, and said quite unhappily, "This Feng Xiaoroshan is always like this. I have told him how many times not to call me Xiao Wu, yet he always calls me that. Moreover, although I was defeated by that Tang Chuan in the comparison video. But did I ask him to take revenge for me? Being defeated by this Tang Chuan, I accept it wholeheartedly. Does he think that by self-righteously standing up for me, I will be as foolish as the other me in the black world? HMPH, I certainly won't." Because she had always disliked the simp-like Feng Xiaoroshan. Before going through the same mental journey as the Hua Wu in the black world. Hua Wu did not care for Feng Xiaoroshan at all, let alone accept him. Beside her, Hua Wushwang couldn't help but feel a bit helpless, sighing in his heart. Feng Xiaoroshan, Feng Xiaoroshan. Although I think you are not bad. But this Tang Chuan is truly too outstanding, and he is extremely handsome. Now that Tang Chuan is here, and Xiao Wu is a girl who values strength and is competitive. If you want to be with Xiao Wu like in the black world, I'm afraid the hope is somewhat slim. Facing Feng Xiaoroshan's declaration of war, Tang Chuan was calm and composed, saying, "You want to take revenge for Hua Wu, I'll be waiting. Let me see exactly how much strength the #1 Divine Wind team in Heaven Do Imperial City has, and what the former #1 genius of Heaven Do Imperial City, Feng Xiaoroshan, is capable of. HMPH, don't worry, I won't let you down." Afterwards, as the two teams retreated to their sides and set up their formations. As the host announced the start of the match, the Heaven Do Royal team and the Divine Wind team successively summoned their respective spirits. On Tang Chuan's side, Yu Tianheng, Shimo, and Shimo still stood at the very front, summoning the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and Black Tortoise Spirit, entering the spirit possession state. And the Divine Wind team, led by Feng Xiaoroshan, also summoned their respective beast spirits, entered the spirit possession state, activated their flight spirit ability, and one after another flapped their wings and took off into the air. Compared to other teams, the biggest reliance for the Divine Wind team to be able to take first place in the preliminaries and promotion matches was that all members had flight spirit ability, could occupy air superiority, and possessed an absolute offensive advantage. Ready, Wind, Blade, Whirlwind. After all of them ascended into the air, under Feng Xiaoroshan's angry shout. All members of the Divine Wind team immediately activated their spirit ability together, and one after another, spirit rings lit up, instantly setting off a whistling gale, condensing a sky full of wind blades, which swept towards the Heaven Do Royal team like a rainstorm. Chapter 154, Duel of Wind and Thunder, Debut of the Spear of the Thunder God. Hua Wu Beautiful Image, Share 7. Facing the Divine Wind team, wind blades filled the sky, sweeping down like a violent storm from the air. Tang Chuan immediately controlled his blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul to grow wildly, quickly weaving a dense blue crystal vine net in the air, blocking the sky overhead. The wind blades sweeping down from the sky only cut some gaps in the crystal vine net composed of the blue-silver Emperor, which healed instantly. However, although Tang Chuan easily resisted the Divine Wind team's attack and protected Du Guyan and Yi Lingling, the other members of the Heaven Do Royal team were not so lucky. Facing the wind blade attacks released by the Divine Wind team, Yu Tianheng, Shimo, and Shimo could only dodge clumsily. If they couldn't dodge, they used their dragonized arms covered in hard dragon scales or their turtle shells to block the wind blades. Compared to the others, Yu Feng was even more miserable. As an agility attack system spirit master whose main advantage was flight, Yu Feng's battlefield should have been in the air. But at this moment, the space above the spirit dueling stage was occupied by the Divine Wind team. After summoning his Wind Bell Bird spirit for possession, Yu Feng wanted to fly but didn't dare. Yet, if he didn't fly, he was very passive on the ground against the Divine Wind team's attacks. After all, his spirit was a bird spirit. Moving on the ground was truly not Yu Feng's strength. For a time, facing the Divine Wind team's offensive, the Heaven Do Royal team seemed completely passive and at a disadvantage. White World Tianshui team. The Divine Wind team's fighting style is always like this. As soon as the battle starts, they all take to the air, then rely on their aerial advantage to continuously launch spirit abilities, wave after wave, making the enemy exhausted and unable to organize any resistance. Finally, they find the right opportunity to defeat the enemies one by one and achieve victory. It's simply too shameless. Seeing the Divine Wind team's fighting style in the comparison video, Shuyu couldn't help but raise her pink fists, her delicate and pretty little face full of righteous indignation and resentment. Although the All Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament had not yet begun. In the past, at the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, the Tianshui team had encountered the Divine Wind team when participating in team spirit fights. But facing the Divine Wind team's rapid ascent and subsequent continuous attacks, they were simply unable to cope. Her sister Shui Binga and Zhu Wu didn't even have the chance to launch their fusion spirit ability, Falling Snow Ice Phoenix. In the end, they lost in a daze. As for such tactics, Shui Yuya thought they were very shameless anyway. Yuya, didn't I tell you? This isn't shameless. It's just a reasonable combat strategy formulated by the Divine Wind team according to their own advantages. There's nothing to criticize. To the side, Shui Binga's gentle and beautiful face turned toward Shui Yuya as she corrected her somewhat helplessly. It's just that we couldn't solve it. As spirit masters, if we can't win, we can't win. We must accept defeat gracefully. Humph male god Tang Chuan will definitely defeat them soundly. Watching the comparison video, Shui Yuya waved her pink fists and said very huffily, "Divine Wind team." Seeing that in the comparison video, the Divine Wind team led by his future self seemed to have gained an advantage. Feng Ziroshan couldn't help but feel full of tension and hope, harboring a sliver of luck. In this comparison video, his future self seemed to still have hope of achieving victory. In this world, could he also win over the goddess? The comparison video continued to play. Shimo's continue. Stick to our usual rhythm, don't give them a chance to strike back. Finding that they seemed to be suppressing the Heaven Do Royal team in the battle, Feng Ziroshan was immediately invigorated and shouted excitedly. As he spoke, he continued to launch spirit abilities, preparing to use the continuous stream of spirit abilities to first crush Yu Tianheng, Shimo, and Yu Feng, knocking them off the spirit dueling stage. Finally, he would deal with Tang Chuan. Do you think I have no way to deal with you just because you're in the air? Seeing the Divine Wind team taking advantage of their air superiority after ascending, leaving Yu Tianheng and Shimo in a wretched state and forced to run for their lives. Tang Chuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly and give a faint smile. In the next moment, among the 4 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, surrounding him, the 3rd spirit ring suddenly lit up. 3rd spirit ability, Thunder Prison. For a time, the heaven and earth spiritual Kai from all directions suddenly gathered above the spirit dueling stage, condensing into a large patch of pitch-black dark clouds. Rolling thunder continued to roar in the clouds, blooming with dazzling lightning. What? Seeing this, Feng Ziroshan's expression changed drastically. Aren't you all very good at flying? I'd like to see whether you fly faster or my lightning strikes more accurately. Tang Chuan's long hair, as translucent as blue crystal and shining with golden light, fluttered in the wind. On his handsome face, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a devilish smile. Immediately after, bolts of lightning suddenly struck down from the clouds, heading straight for Feng Ziroshan and the others of the Divine Wind team. Ah! Amidst a burst of screams, a member of the Divine Wind team was hit by lightning. He was instantly charred all over, his hair turned into an afro, and he fell from the sky. This was Tang Chuan's 3rd spirit ability, Thunder Prison. Since it was launched indoors, the gathered pitch-black clouds were not enough, and the brewing time was insufficient, so its power did not reach its peak. Otherwise, the power of this lightning would not be inferior to heavenly thunder, and could directly strike someone dead. Captain, hurry and leave. Finding that lightning was striking down everywhere in the air, and it was impossible to stay, a member of the Divine Wind team shouted anxiously, telling Feng Ziroshan to leave while he turned to block the lightning. Unexpectedly, the great advantage was lost in an instant. Feng Ziroshan let out a sorrowful cry and turned to look at Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan, I'll fight you to the death. Take this, Storm Devil Wolf, 36 consecutive slashes. Feng Ziroshan roared angrily, merging his arms with his storm wings, and dove fiercely toward Tang Chuan. On the way, he raised his sharp storm wings, using them as blades to tear through the blue crystal vine net and rush in front of Tang Chuan. But unfortunately, Tang Chuan didn't give him the chance at all. Although he could easily crush Feng Ziroshan with his close combat ability. Since he planned to play the role of a control system spirit master, he had to play it to the end. Otherwise, how could he give a big surprise to those enemies, who would give their all to finally break through the layers of obstruction of the blue-silver Emperor martial soul and reach his side in the future? Thus, seeing Feng Ziroshan diving toward him, Tang Chuan immediately activated his external spirit bone spine of the Thunder God and launched the spirit bone skill, Spear of the Thunder God. In an instant, Tang Chuan raised his hand, and a large amount of dark purple lightning power surged crazily into his hand, quickly condensing into a lightning spear that seemed substantial, as if wrapped in dark purple lightning. Then, Tang Chuan directly locked onto Feng Ziroshan and threw the Spear of the Thunder God in his hand with force. Go! Chapter 155. White Feng Ziroshan cries, "Why can't I ever win over the goddess?" Zhu King, beautiful image, sharing 4. In an instant, the dark purple Spear of the Thunder God shot out, transforming into a purple stream of light in midair as it zoomed toward the diving Feng Ziroshan. What? Feng Ziroshan's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Tang Chuan to have such an attack method. He hurriedly raised his wings of gale, intending to slash the Spear of the Thunder God before him. Unfortunately, his speed was clearly not as fast as the Spear of the Thunder God. In the next moment, the Spear of the Thunder God struck Feng Ziroshan, instantly erupting into a sky full of crackling dark purple lightning and brilliant dark purple thunderlight. Amidst a series of screams, Feng Ziroshan was electrocuted until his eyes rolled back, foam came from his mouth, and his entire body was charred black. His hair turned into an afro, and black smoke billowed from his body as he fell from the sky. On the VIP stand. Upon seeing this scene, both Bibai Dong and Ning Fengjai stood up abruptly, their faces filled with shock. That spirit ability just now. Since Tang Chuan's spirit was a mutated blue-silver grass martial soul, it was impossible for it to possess a pure thunder attribute spirit ability. Thus, both Bibai Dong and Ning Fengjai recognized it at a glance. The Spear of the Thunder God Tang Chuan had just unleashed was definitely not a spirit ability of the blue-silver Emperor martial soul, but rather a spirit bone skill. This Tang Chuan not only possesses extraordinary talent and strength, but it seems his luck is also quite remarkable. Ning Fengjai thought to himself in shock. Because Feng Ziroshan and the rest of the Divine Wind team members were severely injured when hit by the Spear of the Thunder God and the lightning. Therefore, after the host announced the victory of the Heaven Do Royal team, the team of healing-type support system Spirit Masters organized by Spirit Hall rushed onto the Spirit dueling stage to treat Feng Ziroshan and the other members of the Divine Wind team. Since it was just a match, Tang Chuan had not used his full strength. Neither his third spirit ability, Thunder Prison, nor the spirit bone skill of his external spirit bone, Spine of the Thunder God, the Spear of the Thunder God, had been unleashed at their full power. Consequently, the injuries sustained by Feng Ziroshan and the rest of the Divine Wind team were not too severe. After receiving treatment from Spirit Hall's team of healing-type support systems Spirit Masters, Feng Ziroshan and the other members of the Divine Wind team gradually regained consciousness and their mobility. Once they could move again, Feng Ziroshan and the other Divine Wind team members supported each other as they prepared to leave the spirit dueling stage and return to the waiting room. Just as Feng Ziroshan and the Divine Wind team members exited the spirit dueling arena, they saw Hua Wu, Hua Wushwang, and the rest of the Blazing Fire team waiting at the exit. Seeing this, Feng Ziroshan suddenly became incredibly excited. It's Zyro Wu is actually here. Could it be that she saw how I challenged Tang Chuan to avenge her and the Blazing Fire team, only to lose so miserably and get hurt so badly, and is specifically waiting here to comfort me? White World Divine Wind team. Seeing this scene, Feng Ziroshan's heart was also filled with excitement and thrill. Could it be just like the me in the black world? In the white world, can I also win over the goddess Zyro Wu? If that's the case, that would be wonderful. Just as Feng Ziroshan looked up at the comparison heavenly screen in the sky with great expectation and hope, wishing to see the desired outcome, reality dealt him a harsh slap to the face. Zyro Wu, you came. You don't need to worry about me. Even though Tang Chuan's spear of the thunder god was very numbing and painful, just thinking about you makes the pain disappear completely. After quickly walking up to Hua Wu, Feng Ziroshan, with a face full of emotion and deep affection, unleashed a barrage of cheesy pickup lines at her. However, upon hearing Feng Ziroshan's words, Hua Wu couldn't help but show a look of disgust and revulsion. She put her hands on her hips, her eyebrows arched in anger, and her eyes widened as she yelled furiously. What are you talking about? That's absolutely disgusting. Who's worried about you? Even if you died, it would have nothing to do with me. Besides, who gave you permission to call me Zyro Wu? How many times have I told you to call me Hua Wu from now on? Do you understand? Furthermore, don't go trying to avenge me under my name ever again. I accepted my defeat to Tang Chuan last time fair and square, who said I needed you to avenge me. You're just flattering yourself. With that, Hua Wu snorted coldly and turned to leave, taking Hua Wushwang and the rest of the blazing fire team with her. Leaving Feng Ziroshan behind, his smile frozen on his face, standing there blankly like a stone statue. White World's Divine Wind Academy. Seeing this scene, Feng Ziroshan was also dumbfounded, feeling his face burning with shame. He had also thought that Hua Wu had come to show concern for him. He never expected it would turn out like this. For a moment, Feng Ziroshan felt that his counterpart in the comparison video was nothing more than a clown. This made Feng Ziroshan want to cry. Why is it that in the black world, I can win over the goddess? Yet in the white world, I'm treated like this, and no matter how much I simp, I can't win her over. Spirit City. Haha, this Feng Ziroshan is truly hilarious. He thought Hua Wu was there to care for him, but instead, he got a face full of insults. The way he looks, he's like a total clown. Seeing Feng Ziroshan's frozen smile and his petrified state on the comparison heavenly screen, Yan was instantly amused and couldn't help but point at the Feng Ziroshan in the comparison video and laugh. Beside him, Ziyu was utterly speechless and couldn't help but glance at Yan, grumbling inwardly. You're mocking Feng Ziroshan. Aren't you two cut from the same cloth? Behind him, seeing Feng Ziroshan's pitiful state, the members of the Divine Wind team felt a mix of helplessness, amusement, and pity. Captain, it's okay. Young Miss Hua Wu just doesn't know your sincerity yet, Captain. Once she does, she will surely accept you. A team member stepped forward to comfort him. Soon, Feng Ziroshan regained his spirits. That's right, as long as I let Zyro Wu see my sincerity, she will accept me one day. Seeing that Feng Ziroshan still hadn't given up, and planned to continue simping for Hua Wu. Many people in both the black world and the white world couldn't stand it anymore. Feeling frustrated by his lack of resolve, they sent bullet chats one after another, harshly scolding Feng Ziroshan. What a simp! Can't you have some self-respect? There are plenty of fish in the sea, why obsess over just one flower? There were all kinds of bullet chats. White world, ice and fire yin-yang well. This guy is truly beyond help. Seeing that Feng Ziroshan still wouldn't give up even at this point, Tang Chuan was also truly speechless. He was originally going to say, simps always end up with nothing. But thinking about how Feng Ziroshan successfully won over the goddess in the black world, Tang Chuan thought about it and decided to withhold his judgment for now. What if this Feng Ziroshan actually succeeds in the end? Among the three great simps of the Douluo Continent, Flender, Yan, and Feng Ziroshan, Feng Ziroshan's outcome was undoubtedly the best. Black World's Divine Wind Academy. Discovering that his white world counterpart failed to win over the goddess Hua Wu, while he had succeeded in the black world. This made Feng Ziroshan feel both lucky and very proud. From now on, please call me the wolf warrior among simps. Chapter 156. Tang Chuan is the true genius. Tang San is just a dog by the roadside. After the third round of the knockout stage ended. In the fourth round of the knockout stage, Qin Ming, representing the Heaven Du Royal team, finally drew a Spirit Master team from outside the Heaven Du Empire as their opponent. This time, the Heaven Du Royal team's opponent was the Star Luo Royal team. This clash between the strong and the powerful attracted many people's attention. However, with Tang Chuan present, even though Dai Weishi and Zhu Jian could perform the spirit fusion ability, Hell White Tiger, they were still directly bound by Tang Chuan using a large amount of Blue Silver Emperor. With the parasitic seed and almost immortal-like vitality, he forcibly exhausted Dai Weishi and Zhu Jian's spirit power, breaking the Hell White Tiger. Because the Hell White Tiger performed by Dai Weishi and Zhu Jian was controlled by Tang Chuan using his Blue Silver Emperor Martial Soul. The other members of the Star Luo Royal team were also no match for the other members of the Royal team. Ultimately, the Star Luo Royal team lost the match. Now, the final teams advancing to the top 3 matches are the Spirit Hall team, the Heaven Du Royal team, and the Tianshui team. White World Tianshui Academy. When they saw in the comparison video that in the original future, their Tianshui Academy actually entered the final top 3 matches. This caused Shui Yu's delicate and soft face to be filled with excitement and pleasant surprise. Pointing at the comparison heavenly screen in the sky, she said joyfully, "Sister, look quickly. In this comparison video, our Tianshui team actually entered the top 3. I see it." Beside her, Shui Yu was also full of wonder. She didn't expect that in the original future, the Tianshui team in the White World could actually achieve results far exceeding those of the Black World. Entering the top 3 in the finals, it seems that Tang San becoming Tang Chuan was also beneficial for their Tianshui team. Black World Tianshui Academy. Discovering that in the White World, the Tianshui team actually entered the final top 3 in the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament. After the tournament ended, they would be at least the second runner-up. This made Shui Binga, Shui Yuga, and the other girls in the Black World feel somewhat envious. If only the Tang San of our Black World was also male god Tang Chuan. In that case, our Tianshui team might have been able to enter the top 3 as well. Shui Yuga said enviously. But thinking of Tang San's appearance, Shui Yuga immediately spat in disgust. Pa, how could I compare this Tang San to male god Tang Chuan? This is simply an insult to male god Tang Chuan. Shui Benga beautiful image, Sha 15. After the 4th round of the knockout stage ended. The next day, the 5th round of the knockout stage, or rather the finals, began. This round of competition was divided into 2 stages. The first stage was a single-person spirit, dueling arena defense match. The leaders of the 3 teams first drew lots to determine the order of appearance. The team that drew the first appearance would send a member onto the stage first to defend the arena. Then, the second and third Spirit Master teams would sequentially send Spirit Masters onto the stage to challenge. The loser would step down, and the winner would defend the arena. This continued back and forth. Ultimately, whichever team had the person standing on the spirit dueling stage, defending the arena, would advance to the next stage of the competition through this round. As for the 2 losing Spirit Master teams, they would conduct a team spirit fight. The winner would be resurrected and continue to compete in the final team spirit fight with the team that advanced from the previous stage. The winner would be the champion of this tournament. After the drawing was completed, the first to take the stage was the Tianshui team, the second was the Spirit City team, and the third was the Heaven Du Royal team to which Tang Chuan belonged. However, the order of appearance was not important. Anyway, after one intense battle after another, Tang Chuan ultimately swept away all enemies and became the last defender standing on the stage. Whether it was Hu Liena or Shui Binga Shui Yuya and the others, none of them were a match for Tang Chuan even for a single exchange. Tang Chuan showed no mercy to the fair sex. After summoning the Blue-Silver Emperor, which was like blue crystal, he directly used a move of blue-silver binding, tying the enemies up in a turtle shell bind, completely controlling them and forcing them to admit defeat. After Tang Chuan led the Heaven Du Royal team to take the lead in advancing to the second stage. The team spirit fight between the Heaven Du team and the Spirit Hall team. Ultimately, the Spirit Hall team achieved victory. The next day, on the large square in front of the Supreme Pontiff Palace in Spirit City, Tang Chuan led the Heaven Du Royal team to engage in the final team spirit fight against the Spirit Hall team to determine the champion of the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament. However, although the average strength of the Spirit Hall team was greater, among them Hu Liena, Zai Yue, and Yan were all Spirit Kings, while the others were all Spirit Ancestors. Hu Liena and Zai Yu could even perform the Spirit Fusion ability, Fiend. After body integration, not only could their strength increase greatly, but they could also release a dense red light, which came with its own field control ability, possessing various effects such as suppressing strength and interfering with actions. But after the battle began, although Hu Liena and Zai Yu performed the Spirit Fusion ability, Fiend, transforming into a fiend form over 2 meters tall, with a figure whose gender was indistinguishable, wearing a fox face mask, and holding 2 even more exaggerated moon blade spirits in both hands, releasing a dense red light around them and rushing straight towards Tang Chuan. But after consuming the autumn water gazing dew, Tang Chuan's eyes were strengthened, possessing a certain degree of illusion breaking and insight capabilities. The dense red mist released by the fiend could not interfere with Tang Chuan's vision. After Tang Chuan summoned his blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul, it instantly took deep root in the ground, absorbing sunlight and growing frantically, binding the fiend body formed by Hu Liena and Zai Yu's Spirit Fusion ability, Fiend. Even though the fiend body of Hu Liena and Zai Yu also held 2 sharp moon blade spirits and had even higher strength, Tang Chuan didn't even activate his 6th spirit ability, Golden Transformation. Relying solely on the strength of the blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul itself, as well as that terrifying growth and recovery ability, he firmly bound and controlled the fiend body formed by Hu Liena and Zai Yue. During this period, the fiend body of Hu Liena and Zai Yu didn't even have a chance to perform their self-created spirit ability, Full Moon. After easily controlling the fiend body formed by Hu Liena and Zai Yu's Spirit Fusion ability, Fiend. With the help of Tang Chuan's Blue-Silver Emperor, the other members of the Heaven Du Royal team also successively defeated or controlled Yan and the other members of the Spirit City team. Faced with such a situation, a cardinal acting as the host could only announce the victory of the Heaven Du Royal team with a forced smile. White World Tianshui Academy. Male god Tang Chuan is truly amazing. I knew it even in the original future shown in the comparison video. Male god Tang Chuan would definitely be able to lead the Heaven Du Royal team to win the tournament championship. On Shui Yu's delicate and soft face, her water-blue beautiful eyes were full of joy and excitement as she spoke loudly. Compared to that Tang San of the Black World, who in the match against the Spirit Hall team ultimately relied entirely on luck and the Spirit Hall team's carelessness to defeat them. Male god Tang Chuan crushed the Spirit Hall team to achieve victory. Compared to that Tang San of the Black World, male god Tang Chuan is the true genius, while that Tang San is just a dog by the roadside. Chapter 157, Comparison Ends, Custom Secret Realm plus Minor Zhou Heaven Formation. On the other side, on the roof of the Douluo Hall, Qian Dailiu was gazing at the large plaza in front of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, where the team spirit fight between the Spirit Hall team and the Heaven Du Royal team was taking place. A flicker of complexity flashed in his eyes, filled with amazement. This Tang Chuan, I originally thought his reputation as a prodigy was just bluster. After all, being able to participate in single spirit fights for the Spirit Ancestor, Spirit King, and Spirit Emperor groups as a mere Spirit Elder, and still emerge victorious. That is already extremely heaven-defying. And according to rumors, he can even defeat Spirit Saint experts. At first glance, this sounds even more far-fetched than Yu Xiaorogang's so-called 10-core competitivenesses of martial souls and spirit ring absorption limit theory. But I didn't expect that I had actually underestimated him. He thought back to when he had prepared to inquire about information regarding Tang Chuan. As a result, he learned that Bibai Dong had dispatched Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, leading 3 titled Douluo, Devil Bear Douluo, Ghost Leopard Douluo, and Dragon Saber Douluo, along with Lord Yala and others, to intercept and kill Tang Chuan. Instead, the mission ended with Tang Chuan killing Ghost Leopard Douluo. If this hadn't been confirmed by an absolutely trusted confidant who swore it was true, and if Ghost Leopard Douluo's death hadn't served as proof, he probably wouldn't have believed it at all. And later, after watching every match of the Heaven Do Royal team and witnessing Tang Chuan's strength, Cain Douluo took a deep breath, having made a decision in his heart. This Tang Chuan is indeed a heaven-defying prodigy. In the future, he might even have the potential to become a god. Since Yua wants to win him over, subdue him and recruit him into our spirit hall, then I must help. I absolutely cannot let Bibai Dong harm this Tang Chuan, ruin the reputation of my spirit hall, and affect Yua's recruitment of Tang Chuan. When it was discovered in the comparison video that Cain Douluo, while marveling at Tang Chuan's heaven-defying nature, actually singled him out for a diss. Whether it was the Black World or the White World, both Yu Xiaogangs couldn't help but have their faces darken, feeling both ashamed and annoyed. That hateful Cain Douluo, why mention me for no reason? How are my 10 core competitivenesses of martial souls and spirit ring absorption limit theory far-fetched? You are all just a bunch of blind fools who don't know how to appreciate them. And on the comparison heavenly screen, after Cain Douluo mentioned Yu Xiaogang, it was discovered that until the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament was almost over in the White World's Shrek Academy, that Yu Xiaogang had not designed a 7-in-1 fusion skill for the Shrek team. In the Black World at Kangxui Academy, Lin Ao's lips curled into a disdainful sneer, and he sent a bullet chat, fiercely mocking Yu Xiaogang. Black World Lin Ao, yo, didn't someone just say that this Yu Xiaogang simply hadn't thought of the inspiration for the 7-in-1 fusion skill yet, and as long as he was given time, he could research it? How come now that the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament is almost over, and this Shrek team has been eliminated? Forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. That Yu Xiaogang still hasn't designed a 7-in-1 fusion skill for the Shrek team. I say, stop making excuses. The evidence is basically conclusive now. Just admit that this Black World Yu Xiaogang merely got his hands on our teacher Shi Nian's research notes and manuscripts on multi-person fusion skills, plagiarized teacher Shi Nian's research results, and only then designed that nondescript, degraded version of a 7-in-1 fusion skill for the Shrek 7 Devils team. He's the type who can't even copy correctly. White World Lin Ao, exactly. Trash is trash, just admit it. After seeing the bullet chats sent by the Lin Aos of the Black and White Worlds. For a time, in both the Black and White Worlds, many people sent bullet chats in agreement, ridiculing and laughing at Yu Xiaogang. Seeing this, the Liu Erlongs of the Black and White Worlds were practically exploding with rage. Xiaogang, speak up quickly. Send a bullet chat quickly and explain. Tell them with facts that you have the ability and real talent, and that they are all just blind fools. In the White World, Liu Erlong turned to look at Yu Xiaogang with resentment and pleaded with him. However, how could Yu Xiaogang dare to send a bullet chat to explain? Right now, if he didn't go out to explain and played the turtle, the storm might still die down. He had experienced this kind of situation before and knew how to deal with it. If he really stood up, that would be the end of him. After all, he knew very well that he had no real talent. The version of himself in the Black World most likely obtained Shi Nian's research notes and manuscripts on multi-person fusion skills from Shi Nian's storage soul tool, which allowed him to design the 7-in-1 fusion skill for the Shrek 7 Devils team. Erlong, there's no need to speak for me. Human prejudice is hard to change, I'm already used to it. But given time, I will definitely research a multi-person fusion skill to prove myself. Yu Xiaogang smiled with feigned bitterness, acting as if he was accustomed to being misunderstood. At the same time, he didn't forget to paint a rosy picture, saying he would definitely be able to research a multi-person fusion skill if given time, in order to keep Liu Erlong's faith in him. However, compared to Liu Erlong and Flender, everyone else, whether it was Zhao Wuji, Lai Yusong, or the likes of Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were all speechless. Because they didn't have a Tang San by their side who could prove the value of Yu Zhairogang's status as a martial soul theory master. Now they were basically certain that Black World Yu Zhairogang had definitely plagiarized Shi Nian's research notes and manuscripts on multi-person fusion skills to be able to design a 7-in-1 fusion skill for the Shrek 7 Devils team. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why, in the comparison video of their White World, Yu Zhairogang was unable to design a 7-in-1 fusion skill for their future selves. The comparison video continued to play. After the Heaven Du Royal team won the championship, Bibi Dong, with a forced smile on her face, had a cardinal bring over a tray covered with a red cloth. On it were 3 protrusions, emitting strong spirit power fluctuations of the mental, fire, and wind attributes. After lifting the red cloths, on the tray there were clearly placed a purple skull spirit bone, a crimson right arm bone, and a cyan left leg bone. After introducing these 3 spirit bones as the mind-condensing wisdom skull, the burst incineration flame right arm bone, and the swift flight wind-chasing left leg bone, Bibi Dong, with eyes full of reluctance, presented these 3 spirit bones to Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan directly put the 3 spirit bones into his storage soul tool. After bowing in thanks, he turned and left. From then on, the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament officially ended. The scene played up to this point. The golden heaven screen that covered the sky and sun in the black and white worlds suddenly dimmed. Lines of golden text emerged from the comparison heavenly screen. White World God of Life and God of Destruction Tang Chuan, the 7th stage comparison video has finished playing. Next is the voting period. After the voting period ends, the heaven screen will calculate the votes for the 2 figures drawn from the black and white worlds, determine the winner, and distribute the rewards. And in this comparison of the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament, Tang San was undoubtedly completely outshone by Tang Chuan again. Therefore, after the voting results were revealed, Tang Chuan's vote share across the black and white worlds was as high as 197%. As for Tang San's vote share across the black and white worlds, it was only 3%. Black World Blue Tyrant Academy. When he saw that the vote share this time was even lower than the last comparison, Tang San couldn't help but clench his fists. His face turned dark, his eyes were bloodshot, and he breathed like an ox. Blind fools. The people of these black and white worlds are all blind and ignorant fools. Tang San was roaring furiously in his heart. After the vote shares were announced, soon the comparison heavenly screen began to announce the results. After verification in this vote, White World God of Life and God of Destruction, Tang Chuan has defeated Black World Sea God and Asura God Tang San with a vote share of 197%. Next, the rewards will be distributed. White World Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. After the comparison heavenly screen announced the results, a majestic and solemn cold mechanical voice instantly rang out in Tang Chuan's mind. Congratulations, you have won the 7th stage of this dual Douluo comparison. Reward Custom Secret Realm X1, Sect Protection Formation, Minor Joe Heaven Starry Sky Formation X1. Yin Beautiful Image Share 9. Yin Beautiful Image Share 10. Chapter 158, Forces of the Black and White Worlds Come Up Empty, Tang Chuan intends to establish the Kingdi sect. Yin Beautiful Image Sharing 11. At the same time as the comparison heavenly screen was distributing rewards, a stream of information instantly flooded into Tang Chuan's mind. It was an introduction to the 2 rewards this time, the customizable Secret Realm and the Lesser Heavenly Stars Great Array. Among them, the customizable Secret Realm was a small world. Tang Chuan could customize the environment within it, whether it was a sea of clouds among 1,000 peaks, a vast archipelago, or lush emerald mountain ranges. He could choose anything at will and attach it to any location on the Douluo Continent. As for the Lesser Heavenly Stars Great Array, it was a sect-protecting formation. It possessed various effects, including mental confusion, spatial distortion making short distances seem vast, and spatial isolation. In addition, it could draw upon the power of the stars in the heavens and convert it into heaven and earth spiritual Kai, thereby increasing the concentration of spiritual Kai within the secret realm. Only those who were granted permission could enter. The combination of the two resulted in a 1 + 1 2 effect. The rewards this time are pretty good. Because this comparison was between my performance and that Tang San's in the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament. Is that why I was rewarded with a territory to establish a sect and my own power base? Having learned the information about the customizable secret realm and the lesser heavenly stars' great array, Tang Chuan's eyes lit up and he was very excited and happy. However, after receiving the rewards of the customizable secret realm and the lesser heavenly stars' great array, the first thing Tang Chuan thought of was attaching the customizable secret realm to the ice and fire yin-yang well, and then setting up the lesser heavenly stars' great array around it. But as for what specific environment to define for the customizable secret realm, he still needed to think it through carefully. After all, this would be the place where he would live for a long time in the future. Black World, Spirit Hall, Supreme Pontiff Palace. After this comparison video ended, Bibi Dong immediately stood up from her throne, holding the Pope's scepter. A flick of excitement flashed across her noble and cold face. She turned to Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo and said coldly, "Assemble the men immediately. We are going to Shrek Academy at once. We absolutely cannot let that 100,000-year transformed, soft-bones rabbit escape." "Yes, X2. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo immediately replied respectfully. Then they turned to prepare the manpower to head to Shrek Academy, located outside Suichu City. At the same time, Douluo Hall Angel Sanctuary. "Someone come. Have the second priest, third priest, and fourth priest all come to see me." Through the comparison video, he discovered that there was actually a 100,000-year transformed soft-bones rabbit in Shrek Academy. Kyan Daelu couldn't help but be full of excitement. He immediately issued an order in a deep voice, sending people to invite Gold Crocodile Douluo, Ajaluan Douluo, Lion Douluo, and the others. He wanted to ask Gold Crocodile Douluo, Ajaluan Douluo, and the other priests to go to Shrek Academy to capture that 100,000-year soft-bones rabbit, Zyro Wu, and bring her back as a future gift for his granddaughter Kyan Renxu. Not only Spirit Hall, but the Star Luo Imperial family also took action. However, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School hesitated for a long time and still did not take any action. But after Gold Crocodile Douluo, Ajaluan Douluo, and the other priests, as well as Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, arrived at Shrek Academy outside Suichu City one after another, they found that the place was already empty. Shrek Academy had actually already relocated. But soon, Gold Crocodile Douluo and the others thought that Shrek Academy had likely moved to Blue Tyrant Academy, and they once again rushed toward Heaven Do Imperial City. However, when the three major forces arrived at Blue Tyrant Academy, one after another, the information they received was that Zyro Wu had already fled. Regarding this, both Flender and Yu Zyrogang had helpless looks, stating that Zyro Wu had run away on her own, and it had nothing to do with their Shrek Academy. And although Tang San, the son of the Clear Sky Douluo, was also at Blue Tyrant Academy, Chrysanthemum Douluo's side was wary of the relationship between Bibi Dong and Yu Zyrogang and did not dare to seize Tang San. After all, in the previous comparison video, Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong had even drunk the tea that Yu Zyrogang had finished. It was simply perverted. Her feelings for this Yu Zyrogang were likely still very deep. If they accidentally injured Yu Zyrogang while capturing Tang San, they would probably be in big trouble. As for Gold Crocodile Douluo and the others, they knew the truth behind Kyan Zunji's death, that Bibi Dong had poisoned Kyan Zunji, and the killer was not Tang Hao. Therefore, they also disdained making things difficult for Tang San. Although according to the endorsement of the comparison Heavenly Screens, Tang San would become the Sea God and Asura God in the future. In their view, a large part of the reason for that was Tang San obtaining the immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang well. But now, the immortal herbs of the ice and fire yin-yang well had long been divided up by them, and there was none left for Tang San. This time, they didn't believe Tang San could still become a god. Compared to Tang Chuan of the White World, who was sufficiently excellent and powerful himself, with extraordinary talent and wisdom, this Tang San was still too inferior. White World. After Zyro Wu's identity was exposed, Spirit Hall, the Star Lu Imperial Family, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and other forces also launched operations one after another. First, they sent people straight to New Uding Academy, and after clarifying that Zyro Wu had moved to the Fano's Intermediate Spirit Master Academy in Fano City, they headed straight for Fano's city. But unfortunately, they all came up empty as well. White World, Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. At the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, after 3 days of thinking, Tang Chuan finally decided on what kind of environment to define for the customizable secret realm. First of all, his spirit was the blue silver tree of life. Therefore, he planned to name the force he was about to establish, the Qingdi sect. Since it was named after the Azure Emperor, this secret realm certainly couldn't lack trees. It had to be dominated by forests. As a transmigrator from Huaxia, Tang Chuan also had a dream of cultivation, and he really liked the environment of thousands of peaks and misty seas of clouds found in many Xianxia movies and novels from his previous life. Therefore, the secret realm environment Tang Chuan prepared to define was a beautiful, lush primeval forest with 1,000 peaks soaring into the sky, piercing through the vast sea of clouds. On top of the countless towering peaks, various magnificent buildings were spread out. There were also peaks where buildings were located that floated above the sea of clouds. This was where the mountain gate of the Qingdi sect would be. Qingdi sect concept map. After making his decision, Tang Chuan immediately connected his consciousness to the customizable secret realm and began defining the environment of the secret realm. In an instant, the customizable secret realm, which had been like chaos, suddenly burst into light as if the world were being created. Matter was rapidly generated, turning into land, mountains, rivers, and a boundless forest. Peaks rose from the ground one after another. In the sky, the firmament and a sea of clouds appeared. And on top of the peaks piercing the clouds, ancient, majestic, and magnificent buildings began to continuously emerge. Soon, an ancient fairyland full of oriental charm was born. After customizing the environment of the secret realm, Tang Chuan immediately controlled this secret realm, attaching it to the area around the ice and fire yin-yang well, overlapping with the space here and directly covering a radius of 100 miles. And because of the spatial vibrations generated by the attachment of the secret realm, for a moment it was as if an earthquake had occurred around the ice and fire yin-yang well. The ground shook violently, cracks continuously appeared, and many trees collapsed. A large number of spirit beasts turned into a small-scale beast tide, fleeing in all directions in terror. Chapter 159. Delivering the immortal herb to Kayan Rengsu, 3 great clans come to seek refuge. Kayan Rengsu Beauty Image, Share 5. What's going on? Suddenly, finding an earthquake occurring all around, Duguyan couldn't help but feel very panicked. It's nothing. The comparison heavenly screen rewarded me with a secret realm earlier. I am currently attaching the secret realm here, overlapping it with the space of this place, which has caused some effects. But it will settle down very soon. In the valley where the ice and fire yin-yang well was located, Tang Chuan, with a smile on his face, held Duguyan's jade-like hand. Secret realm. Hearing this, Duguyan's beautiful and heroic face was still somewhat dazed. In response, Tang Chuan also gave Duguyan a brief introduction. A few minutes later, the earthquake finally disappeared, and the secret realm space had completely overlapped with the space near the ice and fire yin-yang well. At this moment, Tang Chuan controlled the lesser heavenly star's great array, directly laying it out around the secret realm space. A thick white mist began to arise, obscuring the surroundings and isolating this piece of the world. In the next moment, Tang Chuan led Duguyan by the hand and arrived at the secret realm space, standing on a plaza. This plaza was built on a mountain peak, suspended in a sea of clouds. At this time, the sky was azure blue, white clouds drifted leisurely, and a vast sea of clouds surrounded them. Vaguely, one could see the beautiful rivers and mountains below, ethereal and magnificent, making one feel as if they were in a fairyland. This left Du Guyan feeling incomparably shocked. Tang Chuan here, is this your secret realm? It's truly too shocking, too beautiful. That's right. Tang Chuan smiled slightly, gazing at the magnificent mountains and rivers in the distance, and said, "From now on, this will be the mountain gate of my Qingdi sect." After saying that, Tang Chuan reached out his hand, condensed a command medallion, and gave it to Du Guyan. This is the passage token to enter the secret realm. Only by carrying the passage token can one be teleported to this secret realm after walking into the surrounding white mist. Otherwise, one will only get lost in that expanse of white mist. Besides that, under Tang Chuan's control, no matter who it is, after entering the Lesser Heavenly Star's Great Array, they will only directly enter this secret realm. In the future, only those who have received his permission can enter the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. Let's go. We are returning to Heaven-Du Imperial City. Since the problem of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well had been resolved through this secret realm, Tang Chuan also led Du Guyan out in one step, leaving the secret realm and arriving in the sunset forest outside of it. Behind them, an endless expanse of white mist shrouded a large portion of the sunset forest, and nothing could be seen. However, looking at this white mist, Tang Chuan felt that it was inexplicably a bit too abrupt. This made Tang Chuan think for a moment, and with a thought, he controlled the Lesser Heavenly Star's Great Array again, causing the white mist to turn into an illusion of a forest. From a distance, nothing could be seen. Only by walking inside would one discover they were in a vast white mist. In here, the five senses are disordered, and time and space are inverted. One simply cannot pass through and can only retreat the way they came. Afterward, Tang Chuan took Du Guyan and returned to Heaven-Du Imperial City. While passing by the Crown Prince's mansion, Tang Chuan and Du Guyan descended, and he had someone deliver a jade box containing the immortal herb, Blazing Sun Moon Flower, to the Crown Prince, Zhu King. In the comparison video, His Highness the Crown Prince helped me a lot. Let this immortal herb be my gift. Tang Chuan smiled faintly, and after handing the jade box to the guard, he left with Du Guyan. Hearing this, the guard did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly delivered the jade box to Qian Rengsu. Reporting to Your Highness the Crown Prince, this is an immortal herb sent to you by young Master Tang Chuan. He said it is to thank you for your help to him in the comparison video. Hearing this, a flash of astonishment crossed Qian Rengsu's eyes. She hadn't expected Tang Chuan to send her an immortal herb for this reason. I understand. This young Master Tang Chuan truly lives up to his reputation for repaying kindness. Qian Rengsu felt very emotional in her heart. She hadn't expected that after Tang Chuan received rewards from the comparison heavenly screen, was strengthened, and possessed power far greater than his original future. Enough to sweep through the spirit hall alone, and fully capable of guarding the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well's immortal herbs, he would actually still send her one. She had originally thought it would be impossible to obtain one. The Blazing Sun Moon Flower. After opening the jade box, she looked inside at the immortal herb. Its entire body was crimson, with golden veins on it that were incomparably profound and complex. A large number of crimson gold grass leaves curled up, resembling a solar wheel. Qian Rengsu picked up a slip of paper inside, which was written with the correct way to consume this Blazing Sun Moon Flower. On the other side, after deciding to seek refuge with Tang Chuan, he led the Speed clan to immediately take action. First, he went to the Breaking clan and persuaded Yang Wudi, then he went to the Defense clan and persuaded Nu Gao. At this time, the news of Tang Chuan appearing at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, killing Yu Yuanzhen by himself, and sweeping through the many titled Douluo of Spirit Hall, had also spread throughout the entire Spirit Master's world. This made Bai He even more excited and expectant. Old partners, our choice was not wrong. In the original future, Tang Chuan already had extraordinary talent and outstanding wisdom. His talent was even more peerless in the world, possessing the potential to become a god. Now, after the comparison heavenly screen descended, Tang Chuan has received multiple comparison rewards from it, and his strength is even more formidable. He actually possesses such power already. Under Tang Chuan's leadership, our 4 great clans will surely be able to reach the peak again, surpassing the period when we were under that cowardly and weak Clear Sky sect. That's right, old Baihe, you have a point this time. Beside him, Yang Wudi also slowly spoke up. Compared to that Tang San of the Black World, who is hypocritical and blindly filial, our Tang Chuan of the White World both loathes that Tang Hao and does not recognize the Clear Sky sect. Furthermore, he has outstanding wisdom, extraordinary talent, and formidable strength. Only such a lord is worthy of our loyalty. Let's go, we'll go to the Strength clan to find that old orangutan. However, afterward, when Baihe, Yang Wudi, and New Gao arrived at Heaven Du Imperial City and went to the Strength clan, preparing to persuade Titan to seek refuge with Tang Chuan together. Titan's face flushed red upon hearing this, and he was beyond furious. This Tang Chuan is a rebellious and unfilial son who actually dares to disrespect his master. Such a fellow is not worthy of my, Titan's, loyalty. Because he had always been Tang Hao's most loyal old servant. Upon discovering that Tang Chuan was not filial to Tang Hao, Titan was naturally very angry and did not recognize Tang Chuan at all. However, Yang Wudi and Bai, he had already expected this outcome. Only New Gao, who had a relatively good relationship with Titan, still wanted to continue advising him, but the result was naturally useless. Since they couldn't persuade Titan to join them, Bai he took Yang Wudi and New Gao to the Dugu residence, preparing to request an audience with Dugu Bo to state their intention to seek refuge. They wanted Dugu Bo to take them to the ice and Fire Yin Yang well to meet Tang Chuan. But at this moment, Tang Chuan happened to return. What the clan chiefs of the Speed clan, Breaking clan, and Defense clan, Baihe, Yang Wudi, and New Gao, want to lead their clans to seek refuge with me? He had originally suddenly gained inspiration, and was at home preparing to research whether the creation spirit liquid produced by the heaven-controlling bottle could also have an effect on his own blue-silver tree of life, martial soul. When he learned of this news, Tang Chuan couldn't help but be very startled. Chapter 160, Dragon Snake and Nine Heart arrive, Kingdi sect established. However, thinking about it carefully, Tang Chuan felt it wasn't strange. After all, his identity in this life was that of Baihe's maternal grandson. There was a layer of kinship between him, Baihe, and the Speed clan. Originally, the 4 great clans were implicated by the Clear Sky sect. But the Clear Sky sect didn't help, leading to heavy casualties for the 4 great clans under Spirit Hall's attack. This made all 4 great clans very hostile toward the Clear Sky sect. Among them, except for the Strength clan, the other 3 clans were also very hostile toward Tang Hao. This made it difficult for him to gain the favor of the 4 great clans. But coincidentally, with the descent of the comparison heavenly screen, his childhood experiences were exposed. In the comparison video, he was someone who clearly distinguished between gratitude and grudges, possessed a rebellious streak, was hostile toward Tang Hao, didn't acknowledge the Clear Sky sect, and was exceptionally talented and powerful. Additionally, when he previously protected the immortal herbs of the ice and fire Yin Yang well, he had displayed formidable strength, not only killing Yu Yuanjun, but also sweeping through a group of titled Douluo from Spirit Hall. This battle record should have spread throughout the entire Spirit Master's world, across the continent by now. And as it happened, the Speed clan was not doing well right now. Upon learning of the existence of this grandson of theirs, and since their stances were quite similar, it made sense that he would lead the Speed clan and bring along the Breaking clan and Defense clan to seek refuge. This was perfectly normal. Grandpa, where are they? Led by Dugu Bo, Tang Chuan made his way to the guest hall. In the guest hall, 3 elderly men and a young girl were seated. One was an elderly man dressed in white, with a tall and thin build, long snow-white hair draped behind him, and a very ruddy complexion. Another was an elderly man in black, with a lean frame, long black hair, a gloomy expression, and sinister eyes. The last one was an elderly man who wasn't very tall, with a face like a dark date, eyes as bright as copper bells, and short, graying hair that stood up like steel needles. As for the girl, she wore a white dress, had a tall and graceful figure, long purple hair cascading over her shoulders, and exquisite features. Her beautiful eyes darted around, filled with curiosity about her surroundings. By Chengxiang, beautiful image, share 3. As Tang Chuan followed Douluo into the guest hall, Bai He, Yang Wudi, Nu Gao, and Bai Chengxiang all stood up and looked at Tang Chuan. Because of the comparison heavenly screen, all 4 of them recognized Tang Chuan. However, Tang Chuan noticed that the girl who seemed to be Bai Chengxiang couldn't help but blush upon seeing him, looking rather shy. This made Tang Chuan feel a bit strange. Xiao Chuan. Seeing Tang Chuan, Bai He became somewhat excited and stepped forward quickly. This old man is named Bai He. In terms of bloodline, I am your granduncle. I have come this time to lead the Speed Clan, Breaking Clan, and Defense Clan to join you. I hope you can take us in. Saying this, Bai He immediately cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Tang Chuan. Behind him, Yang Wudi, Nu Gao, and Bai Chengxiang also bowed deeply. Granduncle, everyone, please rise. You are all Tang Chuan's elders, there is no need for such formality. Tang Chuan hurriedly helped Bai He, Yang Wudi, and Nu Gao up, speaking as he did. However, Bai He, Yang Wudi, and Nu Gao remained unmoved. That's not the way to put it, seniority is just a formality. Since we have acknowledged a master, we should follow the etiquette and rules between master and servant. Yang Wudi said in a low voice. With the 3 elders coming to join me, Tang Chuan is naturally more than happy. Coincidentally, I am also preparing to establish a sect called the Kingdi sect. The 3 elders' willingness to lead the Speed Clan, Breaking Clan, and Defense Clan to join is like adding wings to a tiger. Regarding the joining of Bai He, Yang Wudi, and Nu Gao, Tang Chuan had a smile on his handsome face. He naturally wouldn't refuse and agreed. But just as Tang Chuan was thinking about how to best utilize the Speed Clan, Breaking Clan, and Defense Clan, a servant rushed in from outside and whispered a few words to Douluo. A strange look flashed through Douluo's eyes as he spoke. Xiao Chuan, 2 more families have come wanting to join you. Soon, an elderly man and woman with white hair and beards, dressed in black formal robes and skirts, entered the guest hall holding a dragon-headed staff and a snake-headed staff respectively. Besides them, there was a beautiful woman in a magnificent blue palace dress with deep blue hair, looking dignified and elegant with a gentle and refined temperament, and a tall, sturdy middle-aged man with blood-red hair draped over his shoulders and a heroic, rugged appearance. I am Dragon Duke Meng Shu. I am Snake Granny Keo Tiangxiang. Greetings, young master Tang Chuan, X2. Upon seeing Tang Chuan, Dragon Duke Meng Shu and Snake Granny Keo Tiangxiang both cupped their hands and bowed to him. So it is Senior Dragon Duke and Senior Snake Granny, I have long heard of your reputations. Realizing it was Dragon Duke Meng Shu and Snake Granny Keo Tiangxiang, Tang Chuan returned the salute with a slight smile. Clan Chief Yi, Brother Ling, have you also come to join Xiao Chuan? Beside him, Douluo looked at the blue-haired beauty and the heroic red-haired man with a strange expression on his eccentric face and couldn't help but ask. Is there anything strange about that? Yi Zhilan said with a smile. Young Master Tang Chuan possesses the potential to become a god, with unparalleled talent and outstanding strength. Now, with the opportunity from the comparison heavenly screen, young Master Tang Chuan even possesses the strength to kill Thunder Douluo Yuanzhen and sweep through many titled Douluo of Spirit Hall. I believe that by following young Master Tang Chuan, our 9-heart begonia family will achieve even greater glory in the future. And only by following young Master Tang Chuan might we find a solution to the spirit defect, where our 9-heart begonia family can only have 2 9-heart begonia spirit masters at the same time. Facing the joining of the Speed Clan, Breaking Clan and Defense Clan, as well as the Dragon Snake family and the 9-heart begonia family, Tang Chuan naturally prepared to agree. After all, he was currently planning to establish the Kingdi sect and was in need of manpower. But before that, he had to lay down the hard truths. I can accept your joining. From now on, you are all members of my Kingdi sect. Our Kingdi sect is not like the Clear Sky sect, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, or Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which have a core family whose interests must always come first. In the Kingdi sect, I treat all families and members equally. The capable rise and the inferior fall. I will not shortchange you on the benefits and welfare you deserve. But you must also consider the interests of the sect first, and not just look out for your own families. If any of you dare to do so, don't blame me for taking action to clean house. Before preparing to accept the 3 great clans, the Dragon Snake family and the 9-Heart Begonia family, don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. Tang Chuan's eyes turned sharp with a warning as his gaze slowly swept across everyone. At this, everyone except Yang Wudi of the Breaking Clan, who hesitated for a moment. Bai He Nu Gao Meng Shu, Kao Tiangxiang Yi Zhilan, and Ling Zhanshan all immediately cupped their hands and agreed. Seeing this, Yang Wudi took a deep breath, made up his mind, and chose to agree. We shall obey the sect master's command. Chapter 161. The 8th stage comparison begins. White Zyro Wu. Hypocritical Tang Hao shouldn't think of tricking me, I'm not stupid. After Bai He, Yang Wudi, and Nu Gao, as well as Dragon Duke Meng Shu and Yi Zhilan, all agreed to join the Kingdi sect. Tang Chuan also took the group to the Sunset Forest and entered the secret realm. After being teleported to the Kingdi sect, looking at the picturesque mountains and rivers beneath their feet, the thousands of peaks surrounding them piercing into the clouds, and the majestic buildings appearing and disappearing in the vast, boundless sea of clouds, it was like a fairyland. This left everyone shocked and incredibly excited. With this secret realm and the sect protecting Grand Array, the Kingdi sect was inherently invincible. Seeking refuge with the Lord and joining the Kingdi sect was indeed the right choice. Afterwards, Tang Chuan asked the group to go back and bring their clansmen here. In the future, they would move to the Azure Emperor secret realm to live and cultivate. Especially the Dragon Snake family, as well as the Speed Clan, Breaking Clan, and Defense Clan. These 4 families' bases were not in the Heaven Dew Imperial City, but in Barak Royal City and within the borders of the Star Luo Empire. However, when Bai He prepared to return, he left Bai Chengxiang at the Dugu residence. After everyone left, on the 2nd day, Shi Nian also came to seek refuge and joined the Kingdi sect as well. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. During this period, on one hand, Tang Chuan was using the creation spirit liquid produced by the heaven-controlling bottle to accelerate the growth of spirit medicines, preparing to produce top-quality spirit medicines and immortal herbs that could evolve their spirits for Bai He, Yang Wudi Nu Gao, Dragon Duke Meng Shu, and Yi Zhilan, according to the medicinal properties recorded in the Immortal Herb Illustrated Record. On the other hand, he was thinking about the future organizational structure of the Kingdi sect, and what these families could do for the Kingdi sect after joining. This day, the comparison heavenly screen of the black and white worlds suddenly burst forth with 10,000 rays of golden light once again. Following that, rows of profound golden characters emerged from the comparison heavenly screen. The 8th stage comparison video is about to begin. Featured subjects: Black World, Sea God and Asura God Tang San, and White World, God of Life and God of Destruction Tang Chuan. Now beginning playback: Black World, Sea God and Asura God Tang San. In the next moment, the heavenly screen suddenly lit up, and images began to appear on it. Black World Tianshui Academy. This comparison video has finally started playing again. I've been waiting so long my flowers have withered. Seeing that the comparison video had started playing again. On Shui Yuki's delicate and soft face, her pair of water blue eyes were full of expectation and excitement. I really want to know what happened to male god Tang Chuan of the White World after the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament. Since the me in the other world took the initiative to get to know male god Tang Chuan. Next, she will definitely pursue male god Tang Chuan. It's really so enviable. Thinking that the version of herself in the other world could contact and pursue male god Tang Chuan. Yet in her own world, there was only that ungrateful, hypocritical, and shameless Tang San, who also looked plain and ordinary. Shui Yuya couldn't help but feel very depressed. However, compared to Shui Yudia, Shui Binga looked at the comparison heavenly screen in the sky, wanting to see if the future Tang Chuan had any other discoveries after discovering the secret of whale glue and finding the secret method to compress spirit power. These might also be helpful to her. Shrek Academy. Little San, previously that Tang Chuan just had good luck, fusing with the blue-silver emperor right leg bone of Lady Ah Yin from the other world in advance, which allowed him to surpass you in cultivation. But he is disobedient and unfilial, showing such disrespect to His Eminence Heoshan. Next, since His Eminence Heoshan saved you in Spirit City and showed his strength, he will definitely guide your cultivation later and take you around to gain experience and temper yourself to improve your strength. But that Tang Chuan of the White World definitely won't have these opportunities. In this comparison, Little San, you will definitely win. After the comparison, heavenly screen lit up again and images appeared. Yu Xirogang stood with his hands behind his back, his stiff face full of confidence as he encouraged Tang San. Regarding this, Tang San also firmly believed it. He was a very filial son who respected his teacher and the Tao, and was filial to his parents. Heaven helps the filial son. In this comparison, that Tang Chuan would absolutely lose to him. His counterattack would begin from this comparison. At night in a forest, a campfire was slowly burning. Beside the campfire lay a young girl wearing a pink long dress with a scorpion braid falling to her waist, and a young boy wearing blue clothes with a well-proportioned figure, long black hair, and an ordinary appearance. Both were unconscious. Next to the two of them sat a tall and burly middle-aged man wearing a black robe, but his long black hair was as messy as a bird's nest, his face was sallow, and his appearance was unkempt. It was Zyro Wu, Tang San, and Tang Hao. Soon Zyro Wu woke up. "You're awake." Seeing Zyro Wu wake up, Tang Hao said indifferently. Zyro Wu nodded and thanked Tang Hao. Tang Hao said there was no need for thanks, and used the perspectives of both a spirit master and a husband to show that he had no ill will toward Zyro Wu. During the exchange, Tang Hao also told Zyro Wu that Tang San's mother was actually a 100,000-year spirit beast in human form. However, afterwards, Tang Hao told Zyro Wu to leave, stating that Zyro Wu staying by Tang San's side would only bring harm and no benefit. Zyro Wu agreed. With reluctance and looking back every 3 steps, she ducked into the dark forest and disappeared. Black World, Stardew Great Forest. Da Ming, Ming. Look, Little San's father also approves of me being with Little San. Look, even in the original future, he didn't do anything to me, he just let me leave Little San. At this time, Zyro Wu had returned to the core area of the Stardew Great Forest and reunited with the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape. Sitting on the shoulder of the Titan Giant Ape and watching the comparison video in the sky, Zyro Wu's beautiful eyes couldn't help but turn red, and she pointed at the comparison heavenly screen in the sky, speaking with great emotion and excitement. "Yeah." The Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python both responded in low, muffled voices, but their hearts were somewhat uncomfortable and sad, because they also liked Zyro Wu. But now, Zyro Wu had fallen in love with a human. Pain, it was truly painful. White World, in the core area of the Stardew Great Forest. This Tang Hao really knows how to put on an act, compared to the Zyro Wu in the Black World. Looking at the comparison video in the sky, the Zyro Wu of the White World had her jade hands on her hips, her delicate and cute face full of sneering and disdain. Because in her view, the Tang Hao of the Black World had always stayed by Tang San's side, and had long ago discovered the true identity of the other version of herself in the Black World. If Tang Hao really favored the other version of herself and Tang San, then he should have prevented the other version of herself from participating in the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament, so that she wouldn't have the possibility of exposing her identity, instead of waiting for her to be exposed before taking action to save her. In that case, the identity of the version of herself in the other world was exposed, and it was discovered by the people of the Spirit Hall. Then in the future, the Spirit Hall would definitely not let the other version of herself go. the other version of herself would always be in danger. If at the right opportunity. For example, under the pursuit of the experts from the spirit hall. This Tang San appears by her side again. Wouldn't the other version of herself be forced to sacrifice herself to this Tang San? But wouldn't this be the same as the blue-silver emperor Yin in the comparison video, who was forced to sacrifice herself to that Tang Hao under the pursuit of the spirit hall's experts? This Tang Hao can deceive the Zyro Wu of the Black World. But wanting to deceive me, White Zyro Wu, that's impossible. Black Zyro Wu snorted disdainfully in her heart. Chapter 162, Yu Zyrogang and Tang San. This round we're sure to win. Black World Yin backstabs Tang San. Yin beautiful image, share 12. The comparison video continues to play. After Zyro Wu left, Tang San finally woke up. Upon waking and seeing Tang Hao, Tang San excitedly called out Dad, then looked around, hoping to find Zyro Wu, but she was nowhere to be seen. A hint of disappointment inevitably flashed through his eyes. Seeing this, Tang Hao told Tang San that Zyro Wu had left. Hearing this, Tang San grew anxious and hurriedly asked why Zyro Wu had to leave. Tang Hao simply replied calmly, "Because she must leave now. I'll ask you one question, can you protect her right now?" Tang San was left somewhat speechless. At this time, Tang Hao also stated that Zyro Wu had returned to where she belonged. In the future, if he ever possessed the power to protect her, it wouldn't be too late to find her again. Never imagining his father would actually agree to him being with Zyro Wu, Tang San was greatly astonished. Afterward, after a brief moment of father-son bonding, and a simple introduction to the situation of a 100,000-year spirit, beast in human form, Tang Hao prepared to take Tang San away from there. Black World, Spirit City. Douluo Hall, Angel Sanctuary. This Tang clan is truly sinister. Tang Hao got involved with that 100,000-year, transformed blue-silver emperor, and sired this Tang San. Now, this Tang San is also involved with a 100,000-year, transformed, soft bones rabbit. This whole family really doesn't want to be human. Discovering in the comparison video that Tang Hao agreed to Tang San and Zyro Wu being together. Qian Douluo simply couldn't stand it. He couldn't help but snort coldly and mockingly. Although he was a good-natured man who was always kind-hearted, kept his promises, and held extremely high moral standards, Qian Douluo was also an old conservative. He was vehemently opposed to the taboo love between humans and spirit beasts. If his son, Qian Zunji, had dared to bring back a 100,000-year spirit beast in human form back then, he would likely have broken Qian Zunji's legs. To the side, light-feathered Douluo couldn't help but have a hint of curiosity in his eyes, his imagination running wild. Big brother, it's strange when you think about it. Both Tang San from our Black World and Tang Chuan from the White World are descendants of humans and spirit beasts, and they both happen to become gods, achieving the dual god body at that. Among the legendary deities, they shouldn't be simple either. Do you think the offspring of humans and 100,000-year spirit beasts have talents that are naturally more outstanding than average people? For a moment, Qian Douluo, Gold Crocodile Douluo, and the others were all stunned. Tang San followed Tang Hao across mountains and rivers. After traveling an unknown distance, the two entered the interior of a mountain range. Soon, a valley surrounded by mountains and lush, with myriad spirits appeared before their eyes. In the valley, a waterfall roared down from the top of a high peak, crashing into a sapphire-like pool below, splashing large amounts of water and forming a rainbow. Such a scene left even Tang San somewhat dazed. Afterward, Tang Hao took Tang San into this valley, and had Tang San fuse with that 10,000-year mind, condensing wisdom skull, the reward for the champion of the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament. After fusing with the 10,000-year mind, condensing wisdom skull, Tang San's purple demon eye and the 10,000-year mind condensing wisdom skull produced a positive reaction, gaining him the purple god light skill. In the days that followed, Tang Hao guided Tang San's cultivation in this valley, primarily while his spirit power was under seal. Tang San stood under the waterfall to practice the disorder-splitting wind hammer method. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. Under Tang Hao's guidance and tempering, Tang San's disorder-splitting windhammer method had reached an impressive level. His mysterious heaven skill had also seen a significant breakthrough, and his cultivation reached level 50. After another year of cultivation, Tang San's mastery of the disorder-splitting windhammer method reached a new level. On this day, Tang Hao concluded Tang San's cultivation here, preparing to take him for the next stage of combat training, and told Tang San about the importance of killing intent. At this, Tang San excitedly requested that Tang Hao teach him how to possess killing intent. However, Tang Hao shook his head, saying he couldn't teach this, it had to be comprehended on one's own. He could only take Tang San to a place where killing intent could be cultivated. Black World Blue Tyrant Academy. Seeing this, Yu Zairogang stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of pride suddenly appearing on his stiff face as he spoke calmly. Little San, you are so filial to His Eminence Heoshan, treating him as a father. His Eminence Heoshan will also treat you as a son, guiding your cultivation and taking you to various secret places for training. But in the white world, that Tang Chuan is rebellious and unfilial, ungrateful, and shows no respect to His Eminence Heoshan. In this comparison video, it's absolutely impossible for him to receive His Eminence Heoshan's guidance and teaching like you. Therefore, in this comparison, Little San, you will definitely be the winner. Hearing this and looking at the comparison heavenly screen in the sky, a spark of heat and anticipation flashed in Tang San's eyes, his heart filled with pride. Indeed, don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. Heaven helps the filial son. My respect and filiality toward my father are absolutely right. In this comparison, father guides my cultivation and even takes me to a place to cultivate killing intent. But you, Tang Chuan, as a rebellious, unfilial, and ungrateful son, will absolutely never gain father's recognition. The father of the other world will definitely not help you. In this comparison, you're sure to lose. Afterward, Tang Hao led Tang San out of the valley, continuing to traverse mountains and rivers. After 5 full days of travel, they finally arrived at an unknown forest. In this forest, blue-silver grass was everywhere, growing exceptionally lushly. Upon arriving here, Tang Hao told Tang San that he could obtain his 5th spirit ring here. This made Tang San exceptionally excited. Sit down. But immediately after, Tang Hao told Tang San to sit. Tang San was momentarily stunned, but he obediently sat down. Then Tang Hao had Tang San sit there, release his blue-silver grass martial soul, and sense with his heart. After following instructions and entering meditation, Tang San soon sensed that the blue-silver grass here was exceptionally active. An excited voice suddenly rang out from his heart. King, great king, is it really you? You have finally come to me. In his shock, Tang San opened his eyes and looked at Tang Hao. Tang Hao, as if he already knew the situation, told Tang San to go over. Soon, after running swiftly for an hour, Tang San saw a tree of clear blue, its bark shimmering with crystal light, formed by many vines over a foot in diameter binding together. On the large tree there was also an aged human face, full of excitement. Through communication, Tang San learned that this tree was the Blue-Silver King, who would help him undergo the awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, inherited from his mother. Black World Giantian Mountain Range. In a stone chamber in a certain valley. Discovering in the comparison video that in the original future, that filthy soul who stole her true child's body also wanted to steal the throne of the Blue-Silver Grass clan. Yin was instantly furious. In the original future, it would have been one thing if she didn't know. But now she knew everything. She would never allow this filthy soul to not only desecrate her true child's body, but also undergo the awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline and steal the throne of their Blue-Silver Grass clan. And because the heavenly screen had added a bullet chat function, Yin immediately sent out a bullet chat full of anger and resentment. Black World Yin, Blue-Silver King, I know you must be watching the comparison heavenly screen as well. In my capacity as the Blue-Silver Emperor, I command you, you are absolutely forbidden from helping this filthy soul who desecrated my child's body to undergo the awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, or steal the throne of our Blue-Silver Grass clan. Chapter 163, Tang San's Breakdown, Slaughter City Exposed. Juliana Beauty Shot Sharing 4. Black World, Blue Tyrant Academy. Seeing the comparison video, his original future self could actually awaken the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, just like Tang Chuan from the White World, causing his looks to soar and turning him into a major heartthrob. This made Tang San incredibly excited. So he would have a day like this too. Wu Tilda, future third brother, can actually become so handsome. Then in the future, among the Shrek 7 devils, won't I be the only ugly one left? Noticing that Tang San had also become a handsome hunk in the comparison video. On Ma Hongzhen's wretched fat face, his two-pronged rat mustache trembled. He practically wanted to cry. Hearing this, Tang San was somewhat speechless. What do you mean by that? If I become handsome in the future, leaving you as the only ugly one, does that mean you think I'm an ugly freak, just like you right now? However, thinking about how he could awaken the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline and become a handsome hunk in the future, Tang San didn't say anything. His heart was full of anticipation, planning to find his father Tang Hao as soon as the comparison video ended to have him take him to that forest. He wanted that Blue-Silver King to help him awaken the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline ahead of schedule. But just then, a bullet chat sent by the Black World's Yin suddenly drifted across the comparison heavenly screen. Tang San, it seems you won't be able to become handsome. Seeing this bullet chat, Ning Rongrong's gaze immediately turned strange. At this moment, Tang San also looked toward the comparison heavenly screen. When he saw the bullet chat sent by his mother, Yin, Tang San's face froze. He felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. His entire being collapsed in utter devastation, his eyes turning bloodshot as he slumped to his knees. No, impossible. How can this be? How can Mom see me this way? All along, Tang San thought he was his father's pride and his mother's good boy. Even though the previous comparison video exposed his true identity as Tang San from the Bashu Tang sect of another world. Since his father had accepted him, his mother surely would as well. But Tang San never dreamed that his mother would consider him a filthy soul who had desecrated her original son's body. She even forbade the Blue-Silver King from helping him awaken the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, calling it stealing the throne of the Blue-Silver Grass clan. In his mother's heart, he was actually such a person. Pain. It was simply too painful. For a moment, Tang San only felt heart-wrenching grief and endless sorrow. Meanwhile, seeing Yin use the comparison heavenly screen to stop the Blue-Silver King from awakening the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline for their son Tang San, Tang Hao was both shocked and furious, feeling that Yin was being unreasonable. Their real son was already dead, killed by Spirit Hall. Little San had only accidentally possessed this body. He was innocent too. Why couldn't she just accept Little San? Seeing Tang San's look of heart-wrenching grief and profound sadness, Tang Hao immediately revealed himself, walked quickly to Tang San, patted his shoulder, and comforted him in a deep voice. Little San, it's all right. Your mother is just being misled by this comparison heavenly screen. When I go back, I will explain it to her properly and make her accept you. And seeing the bullet chat sent by the Black World's Yin. In the White World at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well. That's right, my other self, you did the right thing. This Tang San is so ungrateful. Even if he becomes a god in the future, he definitely won't repay our Blue-Silver Grass clan. The Yin at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well also immediately sent a bullet chat to support her Black World self. At the same time, many people who loved watching the drama joined in to fuel the fire. Anyway, this Tang San wasn't anything good. At this time, Tang Chuan was also at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang well. Seeing the Black World's Yin send a bullet chat to stop the Blue-Silver King from awakening Tang San's Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, he couldn't help but chuckle. Tang San, oh Tang San. Now that your mom is treating you like this, you must be quite devastated, right? The corners of Tang Chuan's mouth curled slightly, finding it quite amusing. The comparison video continued to play. under the guidance of the blue-silver king. Countless stalks of blue-silver grass in the blue-silver forest bloomed with blue light, releasing countless blue specks of light that converged in the sky into a vast blue galaxy, surging frantically into Tang San's body. At this moment, Tang San's skin became almost like crystalline blue. 4 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, rose from beneath his feet, encircling his body and becoming dyed with a layer of blue. Ultimately, Tang San's blue-silver emperor bloodline successfully awakened. His physique became slender, and his long black hair and black eyes both turned into a crystalline blue, transforming him into a handsome hunk. Black World Tianshui Academy. After Tang San awakened the blue-silver emperor bloodline, he did indeed become much handsomer. But what a pity, compared to male god Tang Chuan, he's still quite lacking. Shui Yuya sized up the Tang San in the comparison video after his bloodline awakening. A hint of disdain flashed across her delicate and beautiful face as she shook her head. I feel that not just in looks but in temperament, Tang Chuan gives off a much more comfortable feeling. At this time, Q Ruishui also commented. The girls all chimed in, expressing their agreement. And in the White World's Tianshui Academy, Shui Yuya and the other girls shared the same view. Regarding this, Shui Yuya crossed her arms over her chest, looking quite proud. As expected, male god Tang Chuan is still handsomer. In our White World, I can interact with male god Tang Chuan and even pursue him. But the me in the other world can't reach him. She must be worried sick, hee hee. After awakening the blue-silver emperor bloodline, a pitch-black 10,000-year spirit ring naturally manifested around Tang San, becoming his 5th spirit ring. According to the blue-silver king's explanation, this 5th spirit ring could continuously increase its age limit based on Tang San's physical limits. Damn, this is basically cheating. Who would have thought that the offspring of a human and a spirit beast could naturally produce a spirit ring that can continuously increase its age limit? Whether in the Black World or the White World, countless human spirit masters couldn't help but clench their fists, their eyes red with envy, jealousy, and hate. Black World Spirit City. Inside the Douluo Hall, Angel Sanctuary. Big Brother, the offspring of a human and 100,000-year spirit, beast in human form really, does seem extraordinary. Light Feather Douluo couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Beside him, Kyan Dailiu's mood was also complex. So the offspring of a human and 100,000-year spirit, beast in human form, had such benefits. You should have said so earlier. If that's really the case, then if we encounter another 100,000-year spirit, beast in human form in the future, we can't let that Clear Sky sect have it easy. After Tang San finished awakening the blue-silver emperor bloodline. Seeing Tang San like this, Tang Hao was incredibly excited and hugged Tang San directly, as if he were seeing his wife Yin. Amidst the excitement and sorrow, Tang Hao fainted. After providing some treatment, Tang San discovered that Tang Hao's body was riddled with internal injuries. It was practically a miracle he was still alive. However, after Tang Hao woke up, he indicated it didn't matter. Afterward, he intended to take Tang San to that place where killing intent could be cultivated. Leaving the blue-silver forest, they headed all the way north. On the way, while traveling, Tang Hao introduced Tang San to their next destination, Slaughter City. Slaughter City is a secret realm left behind by a divinity. Inside, spirit ring spirit abilities cannot be used. As long as one achieves a 100 victory streak in the Hell Slaughter Arena of Slaughter City, they gain the chance to brave a place called the Road to Hell. Once through, they can obtain a talent domain, the Slaughter God domain. For a moment, upon seeing this, countless spirit masters in both the Black and White worlds were shocked beyond measure. Aren't talent domains only possible with the most top-tier spirits? In this Slaughter City, one can actually obtain a talent domain. Simply unbelievable. As expected of a secret realm left by a divinity. Chapter 164, Having a Path to Death is Tang San's nature. The essence of Slaughter City is a prison. Juliana, beautiful image, share 5. Unsure of how long or how far they walked, the surrounding temperature grew colder and colder. Finally, the two arrived at a quiet and cold small town. After leading Tang San into a tavern's, Tang Hao asked the bartender for a Bloody Mary for Tang San to drink, which immediately made Tang San vomit. At this moment, a group of patrons began to mock him one after another. Where did this fledgling come from? Go back home. This isn't a place for the likes of you. Can't even stomach a single Bloody Mary, yet you want to enter that place. Go back to your mother and suckle. I'll kill them. To this, Tang Hao's expression was indifferent, as he directly ordered Tang San to kill all these patrons. Initially, Tang San hesitated slightly. But in the end, Tang San chose to obey. After summoning his blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul, he directly pierced through the entire group of patrons. In an instant, the tavern became a river of blood with corpses strewn everywhere. However, the bartenders remained indifferent, as if they were used to it. One bartender even said disdainfully, "You can't even handle a single Bloody Mary. Do you think killing a few people will grant you entry into Slaughter City?" But after the killing, Tang San seemed to have awakened his bloodthirsty nature. With a cold expression, he directly controlled a strand of blue-silver Emperor to transform into a sharp spear, instantly piercing through this bartender as well. "Now can I go in?" White World Tianshui Academy. Although the people in that tavern didn't seem like good people. But for this Tang San to transform like this after just a few words from Tang Hao, it really shows his true nature has been awakened. After all, back at Niuding Academy, he also had that path to death mentality. He wanted to kill that gatekeeper at the drop of a hat, and even Yu Xiaorogang was almost finished off by him. Now, this can be considered a return to his true nature. Next, in this Slaughter City, I'm afraid this Tang San will be like a fish in water. Seeing Tang San suddenly treat killing like drinking water in the comparison video, Xu Yu couldn't help but complain incessantly. She still remembered that in the early second stage of the comparison video, that gatekeeper of Niuding Academy had only shoved the village elder old Jack, yet Tang San wanted to kill him. Later, the secret of his twin spirits was discovered by Yu Xiaorogang. If Yu Xiaorogang hadn't been quick-tongued and explained his analytical reasoning process to impress Tang San, Yu Xiaorogang would have likely met a grim end. It's clear that Tang San's nature does not resist killing. And if one were to say Tang San wanted to kill that gatekeeper out of gratitude toward old Jack, Xu Yu didn't believe it at all. Because compared to their white world, after male god Tang Chuan became successful, he immediately went to support Saint Spirit Village. Not only did he build a new private school and a spirit hall branch, but many houses also looked much better than before. This should all be the result of male god Tang Chuan's assistance. But in the black world, throughout so much of the comparison video, Tang San seemingly had no thoughts in that direction at all. One must know that before the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament, Tang San earned quite a lot of money selling hidden weapons to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. It can only be said that ingratitude and repaying kindness are just that obvious. If you want to talk about Tang San's gratitude, that's gratitude for nothing. After Tang San killed a bartender in the tavern, the remaining bartenders immediately panicked. At this time, Tang Hao praised Tang San for adapting very quickly. Tang San smiled faintly and said, "Because I want to survive, in any case in Slaughter City. Anyone who doesn't let me survive already has a path to death. It's only natural for me to kill them." The path to death again. Basically anyone who opposes you, Tang San, deserves to die right. Hearing Tang San spout the classic Tang style quote again in the comparison video. For a moment in both the black and white worlds, countless commoners, nobles and spirit masters couldn't help but complain. Afterward, Tang San walked to the bar counter and shattered it with a single palm strike. In the middle of the bar counter, there was a pitch-black passage leading underground. This was the entrance to Slaughter City. After jumping in, Tang San fell for a long time before finally landing. Then, passing through a long corridor, an exit finally appeared ahead. Upon walking out, the view suddenly opened up. A dim underground world appeared before his eyes. In front of the exit was a withered forest with branches clawing at the air like talons. At the top, a blood-colored full moon hung high in Thesky, bringing faint light to this world. Through the moonlight of the blood-colored moon, one could faintly see a cluster of towering buildings standing in the distance. That was obviously Slaughter City. On Tang San's way to Slaughter City, the Terror Knight Scott arrived as scheduled with his night order, but he was brutally overpowered by Tang San, falling from his horse with heavy injuries. After being defeated, Terror Knight Scott gave Tang San an identity token marked with 9528. Having obtained the identity token, Tang San made his way to the main gate of Slaughter City. Welcome to Slaughter City. A young woman with a good figure and a black veil over her face walked over, prepared to act as a guide and lead Tang San inside. On the way, Tang San also asked the black-veiled girl about the situation regarding Slaughter City. He learned that Slaughter City was a place left behind by a rank 100 divinity after achieving godhood. Here, spirit abilities from spirit rings cannot be used. As for the rules, one can only enter and not leave. There are titled Douluo leading patrols to eliminate anyone who attempts to leave Slaughter City in violation of the rules. There is only one way to leave Slaughter City. That is to achieve 100 consecutive victories in a place called the Hell Slaughter Arena to obtain the qualification to brave the road to Hell. After passing through the road to Hell, one can leave Slaughter City and also obtain the title of Slaughter God. On the way, Tang San also asked if Spirit Hall knew about Slaughter City. Of course Spirit Hall knows. The black-veiled girl sneered and said, however, for Spirit Hall, the existence of our Slaughter City is just a prison where people can only enter and not leave, helping them watch over fallen spirit masters and evil spirit masters. With us here, those fallen spirit masters and evil spirit masters know there is a slim chance of survival, so they won't resist to the bitter end. This greatly reduces the resolve of these fallen and evil spirit masters to fight to the death. For Spirit Hall, it's a good thing. So that's how it is. For a moment, many people and spirit masters in the black and white worlds suddenly realized. Initially, they were also very curious why Spirit Hall hadn't eradicated such an evil place like Slaughter City. Now it seems there really was a reason. Under the guidance of the black-veiled woman Tang, San passed through the outer city of Slaughter City and entered the inner city. Compared to the outer city, which still had some rules such as no killing allowed, in the inner city area there were no taboos at all. Along the way, all sorts of evils that challenged the limits of human morality were constantly occurring. This was a place filled with depravity, debauchery, chaos, and death. While on the way to the Hell Slaughter Arena, a familiar figure walked toward them from ahead. This was a person wearing a black dress, with a tall and graceful figure, long golden hair, and a charming, moving appearance. Her beautiful eyes were filled with an exotic charm. Black World, Spirit City. This is me. When she saw herself in the comparison video, dressed in a black gown with a cold aura, Huliena's charming and exquisite face was full of shock. She hadn't expected that in her original future, she would actually appear in this depraved and chaotic Slaughter City. She encountered this Tang San in Slaughter City. Then she should have chosen to seek revenge for her previous defeat in the All-Continent Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament and the loss of the 3 10,000-year spirit bones, right? For a moment, Huliena felt somewhat uneasy. After all, compared to the self in the original future, the current her had seen the comparison video and knew Tang San was not simple. In the original future, if she were to seek revenge against Tang San in this Slaughter City, that would likely be quite dangerous. After Tang San saw Huliena suddenly drew a short sword. Initially, Tang San thought Huliena was coming for him and quickly retreated. As it turned out, Huliena helped Tang San block a sneak attack and even killed the attacker. Afterward, Huliena asked Tang San, "Are you new here?" After Tang San nodded, Huliena even took the initiative to warn, "This place is full of hidden dangers, you'd better be careful. From your appearance, you don't look like a fallen spirit masters. Be extremely careful here." Black World, Spirit City. When she saw this, Juliana was instantly dumbfounded. No way. How could my future self not only fail to seek revenge on Tang San, but even help him instead? Chapter 165. Black Juliana collapses, Tang San. For justice, this slaughter city must be destroyed. Juliana, beautiful image, share 6. Black World, Spirit City. Damn it, it's all because this Tang San changed his appearance. Otherwise, I would have definitely killed him. Seeing her future self in the comparison video, actually helping the enemy. Juliana's pretty face turned red with anger. She clenched her delicate hands and spoke with great indignation. That's right, it's all because Tang San's change was too great. Nana, it's why you didn't recognize him. Beside her, Yan immediately agreed, speaking with great resentment. However, Zai Yue's expression was quite strange as he glanced at Juliana. As her brother, Zai Yu knew his sister's personality. She wasn't exactly the helpful type. If it weren't for the fact that Tang San's looks became exceptionally high after his blue-silver emperor bloodline awakening. If he had looked like an ordinary person or someone ugly. In that same place, his sister most likely wouldn't have poked her nose into other people's business. But Zai Yu didn't say anything. Because with the descent of the comparison heavenly screen, it was already destined that the future would change. Not to mention, Tang San's past had already been exposed. Furthermore, there was a Tang Chuan who was even more handsome, and whose talent, strength, and wisdom were more outstanding than Tang San's, being compared to him. This made it impossible for Tang San to remain the same as he was in the comparison video. The comparison video continued to play. After the interlude with Juliana, Tang San was brought to the Hell Slaughter Arena. Upon arriving at the Hell Slaughter Arena, Tang San immediately began participating in the spirit fights there. 1 year later, Tang San successfully achieved 69 consecutive victories in the Hell Slaughter Arena, earning himself the title of King of Asura. On the other side, Juliana had 70 consecutive victories, earning the title of Hell Messenger. During one of the spirit fights in the Hell Slaughter Arena, while Tang San was participating in a life-and-death match, Juliana stood in the audience watching. Her eyes were filled with admiration. She had deeply fallen for the exceptionally handsome and powerful Tang San. Of course, at this time, Tang San was using the alias Tang Yin, and the spirit he displayed was the Clear Sky Hammer, presenting himself as a member of the Clear Sky sect. What? Black World, Spirit City. When she saw her future self actually falling for the enemy Tang San, Juliana was on the verge of a breakdown. No, how could this be? How could the future me fall for an ungrateful, hypocritical, and shameless guy like Tang San? Beside her, Yan also clenched his fists, his eyes turning red. He felt only immense heartache and indignation. Why have I been pursuing Nana for so long without success? Yet in this slaughter city, Nana fell for this Tang San, disguised as Tang Yin, so quickly. Even though this Tang San didn't even hide the fact that he was from the Clear Sky sect. This is an enemy. Where am I inferior to this Tang San using the alias Tang Yin? Although the bitter wine entering his throat made his heart ache, Yan still endured the indignation and sorrow, joining Zai Yu in comforting Juliana. Nana, it's okay. In this comparison video, you didn't recognize him as Tang San at all. In such a chaotic and depraved environment, with only the two of you being normal people, it's quite natural to develop feelings as comrades in arms. After Zai Yu and Yan spent a long time comforting her, Juliana finally felt a bit better. But thinking about how Yan kept calling her Nana, Juliana couldn't help but put her hands on her hips and say irritably, Yan, how many times have I told you? Call me Juliana, call me Juliana. From now on, don't call me Nana. Fine. Yan still scratched his head, smiling with a look of pure subservience. Inside, however, he wanted to cry. Is the difference between love and lack of love really this obvious? Because they were about to achieve 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Slaughter Arena. Juliana secretly approached Tang San, expressing her hope to join forces to brave the road to hell. She also revealed many secrets regarding the road to hell and the slaughter god domain. And so, a few months later, Tang San and Hu Liena simultaneously achieved 100 consecutive victories in the Hell Slaughter arena. On this day, the Slaughter King, wearing blood-colored armor, possessing a burly physique, long silver hair and blood-colored patterns all over his face, descended. Before sending Tang San and Hu Liena to brave the road to hell, the Slaughter King even tried to recruit them to join the Slaughter City as guest elders, enjoying a status second only to his own. However, both Tang San and Hu Liena refused. Although the Slaughter King's expression turned somewhat ugly at this, he did not lash out. Using the blood of the many fallen spirit masters watching nearby, he activated the teleportation array and sent Tang San and Hu Liena to the road to hell. However, seeing the figure of the Slaughter King in the comparison video. In both the black and white worlds, Tang Zyro and several older elders of the Clear Sky sect couldn't help but frown, feeling that the Slaughter King was inexplicably familiar. After being transporting to the road to hell, the road to hell was revealed to be a pitch-black space. Surrounding it was a surging, vast river of blood that emitted a faint red glow, barely providing some light to this dark world. The so-called road to hell was merely a narrow path that seemed to have no end, wide enough for only one person to walk on. After arriving in the space of the road to hell, Hu Liena and Tang San moved quickly along the road to hell, traveling together. During this time, the two successively encountered a swarm of blood-colored bats, the dark gold three-headed bat king, and an ancient exotic beast, the 10-headed fierce yang serpent. However, those two challenges were manageable. But at the third challenge, the heart demon trial, Hu Liena was somewhat unable to hold on. Distracting thoughts swarmed her mind, and her consciousness was gradually dominated by killing intent. Ultimately, she was knocked unconscious by Tang San and carried on his back. Black World, Spirit City. Seeing this, Hu Liena felt her vision go dark. Her pretty face was flushed with rage. She was truly about to collapse. Allah, my hateful future self, how could you be like this? I'm going to be driven to death by anger because of you. Beside her, Yan was even more enraged, his eyes bloodshot and his breathing heavy like a bull's. He wished he could rush into the comparison video, beat Tang San to death, and rescue his goddess, Hu Liena. On the road to hell, Tang San carried Hu Liena all the way to the end of the road to hell. Ahead, the road to hell had disappeared, submerged by the curving, vast river of blood. A lake of blood, as hot and scalding as lava, blocked the way forward. However, on the cliff at the end, there was an exit similar to a volcanic crater. The top was covered with a layer of cold, white light. This was the exit of the road to hell. At this moment, Tang San set Hu Liena down and took out a strange medicinal herb. It was pure white all over, each leaf seemingly about to drip with water, with an exceptionally long and curved stem shaped like a swan's neck. This snow swan kiss looks pure and flawless. Who would have thought its effect is to cause any toxin it touches to multiply 1,000-fold? Looking at the snow swan kiss in his hand, Tang San's inner thoughts murmured with appreciation. HMPH, this slaughter city, such a dark, evil, depraved, and chaotic place, shouldn't exist. After taking out the snow swan kiss, Tang San suddenly snorted coldly. As if transforming into an envoy of justice, he threw the snow swan kiss directly into the river of blood below. Seeing this scene, everyone in the black and white worlds, whether human or spirit beast, was stunned. Wait, don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. You already know that this slaughter city is essentially the Spirit Hall's prison, specifically responsible for imprisoning criminal fallen spirit masters and evil spirit masters. Isn't such a place supposed to be dark, evil, depraved, and chaotic? If you destroy it, won't the prison be gone? What on earth are you doing? Chapter 166. I Tang San am pure as ice and clear as jade, like father, like son of the Tang clan. Tang Yuehu, a beautiful image, share one. When throwing the snow swan kiss, Tang San snorted coldly, transforming into an envoy of justice. It seemed as if he decided to use the snow swan kiss to destroy the slaughter city for the sake of love and justice. But in his heart, Tang San's thoughts were completely different. This slaughter city actually hides such an opportunity to obtain their innate domain, the slaughter god domain. Although obtaining the slaughter god domain is not easy, but such a place still cannot be left for others. This kind of opportunity and precious land, just like the immortal herbs of the ice and fire yin-yang well, must belong solely to me, Tang San. As he spoke, Tang San glanced back at Hu Liena, thinking that she had helped him after all. He, Tang San, prided himself on being someone who repays kindness. While it was fine not to repay a favor, he still couldn't quite bring himself to bite the hand that fed him. When Tang San's inner thoughts were heard through the comparison heavenly screen, in an instant, whether in the black world or the white world, countless people began cursing on the spot. Tang San, you really are a high-sounding, self-serving beast. Among them, especially among the Spirit Hall spirit masters of the black and white worlds, were the members of the law enforcement teams responsible for capturing and hunting down fallen spirit masters. As the directly affected parties involved in these interests, upon discovering they could send bullet chats, these spirit masters immediately transmitted messages, cursing Tang San roundly. Black World Wang Dingguo Spirit Hall, captain of the light law enforcement team, Tang San, you piece of garbage. You damn well destroyed the slaughter city. Do you know how desperately the fallen spirit masters and evil spirit masters will act once they realize they have nowhere to run? You bastard, do you know that by doing this, you'll not only get our law enforcement members killed in the future, but also how many civilians? You son of a bitch, you absolute scum. With Wang Dingguo taking the lead, countless Spirit Hall law enforcement spirit masters from the black and white worlds frantically sent bullet chats, cursing Tang San wildly. At this moment, Tang San's infamy spread throughout both the black and white worlds. White World Tianshui Academy. This Tang San is simply wicked and selfish. To monopolize the slaughter god domain of this slaughter city, does he know how many people he will get killed? Doesn't he have a conscience? How can such a beastly thing exist? Why doesn't the heavens strike him dead with a bolt of lightning? To think he's the equivalent of male god Tang Chuan in the black world. Comparing him to male god Tang Chuan on this comparison, heavenly screen, is simply an insult to male god Tang Chuan. Seeing Tang San's shamelessness and selfishness on the comparison heavenly screen, Shui Yu's exquisite and soft face couldn't help but be full of injustice and anger. With her hands on her waist, she also began to curse loudly. In response, Shui Benga Q Rua Shui and the other girls were also filled with indignation. After all, they were people with consciences. Fortunately, the one in our white world is Tang Chuan, not this Tang San. Otherwise, with Tang San's selfish, ungrateful, and thankless character, his becoming a god might not necessarily be a good thing for the Douluo Continent. Many people in the white world couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Black World Blue Tyrant Academy. When he saw the comparison video actually play out his inner thoughts, and these thoughts were incomparably selfish and utterly hideous, Tang San's face immediately flushed red. He couldn't help but be exasperated and furious. Slander, this is blatant slander. I, Tang San, have always been pure as ice and clear as jade. Even if I used the snow swan kiss to destroy the slaughter city, it was definitely to destroy that dark and evil place. After all, the slaughter city is indeed dark, evil, fallen, chaotic, and full of slaughter. Such a place should not exist in this world in the first place. These so-called inner thoughts of mine, exposed by the comparison, heavenly screen, are completely slanderous and fabricated. Ah, right. Nearby Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others also hurriedly expressed their belief, comforting Tang San one after another. Although regarding Tang San's act of destroying the slaughter city, they also harbored many criticisms in their hearts and didn't believe him at all. After all, it wasn't like they hadn't seen the comparison video. Before, that black-veiled woman had told Tang San that for Spirit Hall, the slaughter city was equivalent to a prison. Under such circumstances, Tang San still destroyed the slaughter city. It could absolutely not be for the sake of light and justice. But because Tang San had treated them fairly well in the comparison video, Everyone still expressed their belief in Tang San on the surface and voiced their grievances for him. The comparison video continued to play. After throwing the snow swan kiss into the river of blood below, Tang San tied the hidden weapon, Flying God Claw, together with his spirit, the Blue Silver Emperor. He used the Flying God Claw to hook onto the cliff at the end, crossed that pool of blood as hot as lava, and swung directly to the end. Then, climbing up the cliff, he charged directly into the white light screen. In the next scene, the screen shifted. Tang San and Hu Liena had already appeared in a lush forest filled with singing birds and fragrant flowers, having left the road to hell space. By this time, both Tang San and Hu Liena had obtained the Slaughter God domain. After this journey through the road to hell, Hu Liena had clearly fallen even more in love with Tang San. She even said miserably and helplessly, why was it that Tang San came from the Clear Sky sect while she was from Spirit Hall, and she even took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. But unfortunately, she was rejected by Tang San. Black World, Spirit City. Oh, just let me die. Seeing this scene, Hu Liena was simply going crazy. She even felt like dying. Because she hadn't gone through the same experiences as in the Black World's comparison video. The current Hu Liena not only had zero feelings for Tang San, but also, due to the exposure from the comparison video, she felt an immense loathing for him. Therefore, seeing her original future self in the comparison video, not only falling for Tang San, but also taking the initiative to throw herself at him, being rejected, and still looking hopelessly devoted. Hu Liena felt as if she were watching her own shameful history, feeling only unbearable pain. Beside her, Yan's eyes were rimmed with red, and his eyes were filled with tears. Pain. It was truly too painful. Even though this was just a comparison video, it was also the original future. He hadn't expected that in the original future, he would pursue his goddess Hu Liena for years with no success. While this Tang San, after awakening his Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline and becoming Tang Yin, would capture the goddess's heart so easily. Is appearance really that important? Isn't it said that sincerity is the ultimate trump card? After parting ways, Tang San left the forest and met Tang Hao. Tang Hao instructed Tang San that innate domains are not subject to the restriction of twin spirits not being usable at the same time. He also wanted to take Tang San to learn how to hide his killing intent. They agreed that only once Tang San had washed away his ostentation and could hide his killing intent, would he tell Tang San the truth about everything that happened back then. Following Tang Hao, Tang San arrived before the Moon Pavilion in the Heaven Dew Imperial City. Despite clearly having money and strength, the two insisted on wearing slovenly clothes and unkempt appearances to enter the Moon Pavilion, only to be stopped by two young men. Halt, please stop, you two. Our Moon Pavilion does not receive those who are improperly dressed. The two young men spoke very clearly. It wasn't discrimination, but rather a tactful piece of advice. However, upon hearing this, Tang San's expression turned cold. He directly used his killing intent to blast through, forcing his way past the two young men and leading Tang Hao into the Moon Pavilion. At this time, inside the Moon Pavilion, a manager happened to pass by with some people and saw Tang Hao and Tang San. Among them, Tang San was somewhat acceptable. But Tang Hao's slovenly appearance would clearly disturb the experience of the other guests and students in the Moon Pavilion. Thus, the manager asked two men in blue to escort Tang San and Tang Hao out. Don't kill anyone and don't destroy this place. To this, Tang Hao said to Tang San. Afterwards, Tang San made his move, directly breaking the arms of the two men in blue. Seeing this, whether in the Black World or the White World, countless people fell silent on the spot. Chapter 167, Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua. Black Yin curses Tang Hao. Lies, all of it is lies. Yin, beautiful image, sharing 11. Know who exactly is right and who is wrong. White World, Tianshui Academy. Shui Yuta simply couldn't hold it in anymore and couldn't help but complain. I know about this Moon Pavilion. It's the best noble etiquette training school in our Heaven Dew Empire. The people who come here are either rich or noble. Tang San is fine, at least he isn't dressed sloppily. But this Tang Hao's outfit and appearance are so disheveled, he probably smells terrible. Can't you guys wash up a bit and dress properly before coming over? Do you have to force your way into Moon Pavilion looking so unkempt? Others just came to ask you to leave, and you actually broke their arms. This is way too unreasonable. From Tang San's perspective, as a filial son, Tang San would not allow anyone to insult his father, Tang Hao. In his eyes, he definitely hadn't done anything wrong. But as a bystander, as long as one has a slight sense of right and wrong, they would know who is actually at fault. Ice and fire yin yang well. Seeing this, Tang Chuan also shook his head. In this Douluo continent, it wasn't just this father and son pair from the Tang clan who had a problematic sense of morality. That Flender was the same. Not daring to cause trouble makes one a mediocre talent. Isn't that just purely bullying the weak while fearing the strong? Seeing that Tang San had broken the arms of the two men in blue, the supervisor in purple changed facial expressions and hurried forward to check. Finding that they could not be recovered at all, he became somewhat angry. What vicious methods! In response, Tang San sneered, stating that for people who look down on others, he had already shown mercy. The man in purple laughed out of extreme anger. I'm looking down on you. You aren't ordinary people. You're both powerful spirit masters, yet you insist on dressing like this to force your way into our Moon Pavilion, and you're blaming me. In his anger, the man in purple displayed his cultivation at the spirit emperor level. But unexpectedly, Tang San gave a cold sneer and displayed 5 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black. This caused the man in purple's expression to change drastically, filled with shock and horror. However, at this moment, the pavilion master of Moon Pavilion, Tang Yueshua, finally arrived. She called a halt to the conflict and recognized Tang Hao. This left Tang Yueshua stunned. Her beautiful eyes turned red, covered in a layer of mist, and she choked up with sobs as she stepped forward to grab Tang Hao's shoulders. How is it really you? No, Hao. When they heard Tang Yueshua's way of addressing Tang Hao, everyone was instantly stunned. It just felt very wrong. Isn't Tang Hao Tang Yueshua's second elder brother? When Tang Yueshua addresses Tang Hao, she should either call him second brother or brother Hao. Calling him Hao, what does that mean? However, at this time in the black and white worlds, Liu Erlong's eyes turned strange. As if she understood Tang Yueshua's situation. How do Tang Yueshua and Tang Hao feel just like me and Xirogang? Ice and fire yin yang well. How? At this moment, looking up at the comparison heavenly screen, Tang Yueshua looked at Tang Hao with teary eyes. After reminiscing, she even threw herself into Tang Hao's arms and cried uncontrollably. Tang Chuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. No way. Could those unofficial histories on the internet from his past life be true? Is there some kind of issue between Tang Yueshua and Tang Hao? Although it was hard to believe. But thinking about that person's writing style, and the situation with Yu Xirogang and Liu Erlong, Tang Chuan could only say that there's no smoke without fire. This wave of events was a classic of classics. After she finished crying, Tang Yueshua looked at Tang San and asked, "Is this the son of you and her?" Tang Hao nodded. Tang Yueshua reached out to touch Tang San, but he dodged. This made Tang Yueshua say crossly, "Why are you dodging? I am your aunt." Afterward, Tang San remained at Moon Pavilion, learning noble etiquette and musical instruments to dissolve the killing intent and hostility within his body, washing away the impurities so he could control them freely. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. During this period, Crown Prince Yu King also greatly appreciated Tang San, not hesitating to try and play matchmaker for Tang San and his younger sister, Zuki. But unfortunately, it was not successful. After attending the graduation ceremony at Moon Pavilion, Tang San followed a map to find Tang Hao. But at this time, Tang Hao had become a one-legged, one-armed old man. This made Tang San mad with rage, as he asked who had injured Tang Hao. Tang Hao shook his head, stating that he had cut off his own right arm and left leg himself. Afterward, Tang Hao led Tang San around and entered a stone chamber behind a waterfall, coming before a stalk of blue-silver grass that looked like blue crystal and was covered in fine golden veins. This stalk of blue-silver grass had grown from the seed left behind after the blue-silver Emperor Yin's sacrifice. Inside it resided Yin's soul. Upon seeing Tang San, Yin grew frantically, binding herself around Tang Hao's hand and Tang San's finger respectively. The scene was very heartwarming. However, seeing this scene, the Yin of the Black World only felt boundless anger, hatred, and overwhelming resentment. Tang Hao, the me from the other world, has already told me through a private bullet chat. Everything back then was engineered by you, just to force me to sacrifice myself to you and help you achieve a breakthrough to title Douluo sooner. Our child was also killed by you. I was so foolish to have actually misplaced my trust in you back then. Now the comparison video of the two worlds has proven that you only recognize the Tang San who awakened the clear sky hammer, and don't recognize Tang Chuan at all, who inherited my blue-silver Emperor martial soul. Now, you don't help me seek revenge, simply because you feel that Tang San can help you get revenge on Spirit Hall, and you feel that Tang San is one of your own. While I am nothing more than an outsider. Just you wait. One day I will definitely have my revenge. Afterward, in the dim stone chamber, Tang Hao spoke of past events, glossing over the important parts. From going out to travel with his elder brother Tang Ziro, to meeting Yin midway, and the three of them becoming sworn siblings. Both of them fell in love with Yin. Elder brother Tang Ziro confessed first, but unfortunately he was rejected. In the end, Yin stayed with him. To let things take their natural course, he planned to bring Yin back to the Clear Sky sect. Unfortunately, because they were the twin stars of the Clear Sky sect, they had always been watched by Spirit Hall. On the way, Yin was discovered by a titled Douluo from Spirit Hall. He fought desperately and broke one of that titled Douluo's legs before escaping with Yin. Upon receiving the news, the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall denounced the Clear Sky sect, demanding they hand over him and Yin. This news angered Tang San's grandfather, who was already terminally ill, to death. Black World, Giantian Mountain Range. In a stone chamber in a valley. After learning the truth, Black Yin had been suppressing her anger and hatred. Now, seeing that in the comparison video Tang Hao was actually still tampering with the past, glossing over things, and completely hiding all his schemes and designs. Yin could no longer hold it back, her fury soaring to the heavens. Black World Yin, lies, all of it is lies, I have already figured everything out. Even now you Tang Hao still want to deceive me, I will never accept it. What you and your elder brother were the twin stars of the Clear Sky sect, and Spirit Hall was always watching you and accidentally discovered me. I traveled the Spirit Master's world with you guys for several years. Did Spirit Hall only notice me when you were preparing to take me back to the Clear Sky sect? When I was traveling the Spirit Master's world with you, Spirit Hall only sent Spirit Douluos to watch you, but they just happened to send a titled Douluo to watch you when I was going back to the Clear Sky sect with you. Tang Hao, who are you fooling? It's clear that you knew I was a 100,000-year spirit beast in human form, yet you didn't take me back to the Clear Sky sect via backroads. You insisted on taking me through various large cities, claiming you wanted to participate in spirit fights at the great spirit arenas along the way to temper yourself. At that time, I was too naive and believed you. But in reality, you deliberately wanted to bring me along to attract Spirit Hall's attention, so that I would be discovered by Spirit Hall's titled Douluo. Chapter 168, Tang Hao becomes a pariah, Tang San returns to the Clear Sky sect. Yin, beautiful image sharing 14. What? Black World, Blue Tyrant Academy. When he saw the lines of bullet chat sent by his mother, Yin, on the comparison heavenly screen. Learning that it was actually his father Tang Hao, who had deliberately schemed to let his mother be discovered by Spirit Hall for her 100,000-year soul ring. Tang San felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He felt utterly devastated, his face turning deathly pale. At this moment, it felt as if his entire worldview had been overturned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Father seemed to love mother so much. This must be because mother was deceived by someone, deceived by that Yin from the white world. Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. He staggered backward, shouting hysterically and angrily. He simply refused to accept this reality. Because if he didn't accept it, there was still a chance for his mother and father to reconcile. With his father's help, his mother might even accept him again and allow him to undergo the blue-silver Emperor martial soul awakening. But if all of this were true, then it was all over. Damn it, how does she know the truth? At this time in the black and white worlds, the two Tang Haos clenched their fists even tighter, filled with shock and anger, their hearts in total disarray. They never expected that Yin would actually learn the truth behind it all. Damn it. If this continues, won't my reputation as the clear sky Douluo be ruined? Could it be that rebellious sun again? White world, vast sea city. Because the clear sky sect, in order to win over that rebellious son Tang Chuan, had actually forced him, the father, to apologize and admit his mistakes to his son. This filled Tang Hao with grief, indignation, and humiliation. To make the clear sky sect regret their actions, Tang Hao decided to cultivate hard and also try to become a god. He, Tang Hao, believed his whole life that he was second to none. If that rebellious son could become a god, so could he. And because he knew of the existence of Sea God Island, combined with the fact that the Tang San of the Black World had achieved the dual status of Black World, Sea God and Asura God Tang San. This led Tang Hao to decide to head to Sea God Island to see if he could obtain an opportunity to become a god. At this moment, seeing on the comparison heavenly screen that the Yin of the Black World had learned the truth, and even said that the Yin of the White World told her. This made Tang Hao incredibly angry, and he instantly wondered if Tang Chuan had found out the truth and told Yin. In the Black World, Tang Hao, amidst his shock and anger, bit the bullet and hurriedly sent a bullet chat to explain. Black World Tang Hao, Yin, listen to my explanation, things aren't like that. Back then, I indeed wanted to achieve a breakthrough to title Douluo as soon as possible, so I sought various opportunities to frantically temper myself, taking you through major cities to engage in spirit fighting in the great spirit arenas there. But I never thought of deliberately letting you be discovered by Spirit Hall to force you to sacrifice. However, facing Tang Hao's defense, Yin didn't believe him at all. Because according to what Tang Hao said, there were simply too many coincidences. And when there are too many coincidences, it's no longer a coincidence. Black World Yin, Tang Hao just keep making excuses. But no matter how much you say, you can't explain the problems I've raised. Where in the world are there so many coincidental things? Yin was full of sarcasm. She had discovered that Tang Hao's true face was actually so hypocritical and shameless. Countless people in the black and white worlds also sent bullet chats one after another, frantically cursing Tang Hao. Especially the remnants of the Clear Sky sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in the White World. White World 7th Elder Tang Lai, Clear Sky sect 7th Elder, Tang Hao, I curse your ancestors, you're a damn piece of work. I didn't expect you to be such a hypocritical villain, even scheming against your own wife. Are you even human? Zyro Chuan should have been a member of our Clear Sky sect, but it's all because of you that he's unwilling to return to the sect. Our Clear Sky sect has been harmed by you to such an extent, you are the sinner of our Clear Sky sect. White World Uluomian, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Sect Master, Tang Hao, you lowlife, you absolute scum. Even harming your own wife and treating the great master Tang Chuan so harshly since he was a child, why don't you just go die? Black World Blue Silver King, damned Tang Hao, you dare to plot against the emperor of our Blue Silver Grass clan. A hypocritical and shameless human like you will surely be punished. For a time, the two Tang Haos of the black and white worlds were frantically cursed by the people of both worlds, as if they had become pariahs. Facing the frantic curses in the bullet chats of countless people in the black and white worlds, the Tang Haos in both worlds immediately clenched their fists, their faces flushing red. They felt their reputations were utterly destroyed, they were collapsing, and their hearts were filled with wild rage. What did you all know? I did it all for the family and the sect. I did it all for the family and the sect. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? The comparison video continued to play. after glossing over the details and telling Tang San a processed version of the truth. Tang Hao took out a black lead box and opened it. Inside were 3 spirit bones, a 10,000-year arm bone and a 10,000-year leg bone that he had stripped from his own body by severing his arm and leg, as well as the blue-silver emperor right leg bone left behind by Yin. Tang Hao entrusted Tang San to take the 2 10,000-year spirit bones back to the Clear Sky sect to give the sect an explanation. As for the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone, Tang San could simply absorb it himself. Having learned that his mother Yin was a 100,000-year plant spirit beast, the blue-silver emperor, Tang San also mentioned the existence of the ice and fire yin-yang well, which might help his mother Yin increase her cultivation speed and take human form faster. This made Tang Hao pleasantly surprised. Afterward, in this stone chamber, Tang San underwent fusion with the blue-silver emperor right leg bone. 3 days later, after successfully completing the fusion with the blue-silver emperor right leg bone, Tang San led Tang Hao away from there to the Sunset Forest, where they transplanted his mother Yin next to the ice and fire yin-yang well. Tang Hao chose to stay there. Tang San, carrying the 2 10,000-year spirit bones, headed toward the Clear Sky sect's place of seclusion, according to the map Tang Hao had given him. This was a village located 300 miles east of Heaven Du Imperial City, surrounded by mountains. On the surface, this was just a village. But in reality, it was a sentry post made up of outer disciples of the Clear Sky sect. Initially, the villagers faced Tang San's arrival with feigned ignorance and great wariness. But after Tang San revealed his Clear Sky Hammer martial soul, the villagers immediately relaxed. However, they still had Tang San rest in an empty room first while sending someone to notify the sect. Half an hour later, several men dressed in grey arrived at the village to lead Tang San to the Clear Sky sect. The road to the Clear Sky sect was not easy to travel. First, one had to climb a peak with a nearly vertical slope that looked extremely tall and steep, and then cross a chain bridge made only of iron chains. During the journey, even one of the grey-clad Clear Sky sect disciples, who was leading the way, almost met with an accident. At the critical moment, it was Tang San who saved him. Finally, Tang San followed the grey-clad Clear Sky sect disciples all the way to the Clear Sky sect. The mountain gate of the Clear Sky sect looked like a stone fortress standing atop the mountain, with sheer cliffs on 3 sides and only one side having a city gate. It could be described as easy to defend but hard to attack. When they were about to enter, the Clear Sky sect disciples guarding the gate asked Tang San for a token. Tang San was a bit dazed by this. Seeing this, the leader of the grey-clad Clear Sky sect disciples, a disciple named Tang Long, found it a bit amusing. He stated that the token was the Clear Sky Hammer martial soul, as it was the best thing to prove their identity. Here, only direct-line disciples of the Clear Sky sect, who possessed the Clear Sky Hammer martial soul, were allowed to enter. As for outer and affiliated disciples, they could only live in the village below. Speaking of this, Tang Long's eyes looked a bit downcast. Hearing this, Tang San lowered his head slightly, understanding that the reason Tang Long and the others were not friendly to him at first was that his father had caused the Clear Sky sect to fall into its current state. Although it couldn't be said that it was entirely his father's responsibility, he was at least partially to blame. White world, ice and fire yin-yang well. When he saw this, Tang Chuan couldn't help but let a slight smile curl at the corners of his mouth, feeling amused in his heart. Although the fault didn't lie entirely with Tang Hao, at least Tang Hao was partially to blame. Now you say that. But next time you come back, it seems your attitude won't be the same. Chapter 169, Tang San's proactive attitude in admitting fault. The destruction of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Juliana Beauty shot sharing 7. After Tang San finished displaying his Clear Sky Hammer martial soul, Tang Long and the others led Tang San into the Clear Sky sect, all the way to sect master Tang Xiro's study. At this moment, not only was Tang Xiro sitting in the study, but Tang Yuehua was there as well. After Tang San entered, Tang Xiro looked toward Tang San, and a majestic pressure of spirit power instantly bore down on him. However, Tang San neutralized it using his slaughter god domain and blue-silver domain, then knelt before Tang Ziro and kowtowed 3 times. Tang San pays respects to the sect master. Seeing this, Tang Yuehua hurriedly stepped forward to pull Tang San up and speak on his behalf. However, Tang San remained standing with his head bowed, his attitude appearing very proper. A son must pay the father's debts. It is only right, sect master. I am willing to bear all responsibility for my father. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. Can you afford to bear it? Tang Ziro glared with rage and let out a roar, slamming the stone table in front of him into powder. Yet Tang San's attitude remained upright as he knelt on the ground once more with great sincerity. I do not know if I can afford it, but I am willing to use my life to serve the sect, doing everything in my power for the sect's sake. Black World, Clear Sky Sect. This Tang San's attitude in admitting fault on behalf of that fellow Tang Hao seems alright. Although Tang Hao is a piece of work, Tang San has always remained filial to him. Even though Tang Hao treated Tang San so harshly when he was a child, he is still like this. Tang San should be sincere in representing him to admit fault. If what Tang San said is true, that he's willing to use his life and do everything in his power to serve the sect, then it's not impossible to let him return to the ancestors. Or even forgive Tang Hao. Seeing this, 7th Elder Tang Lai couldn't help but furrow his brows. After weighing the pros and cons, he spoke. Despite still being very displeased with Tang Hao, he thought of how the comparison heavenly screen had already vouched for the fact that Tang San could become a divinity in the future. If Tang San truly returned to the ancestors and was willing to use his life to do everything possible for the Clear Sky sect to make up for everything Tang Hao caused, in the future he should still be able to lead the Clear Sky sect back to its peak. He might even be enough to rival Spirit Hall. After all, wasn't the reason Spirit Hall could achieve its current status because its founder was the legendary divinity, the angel god? If he has this attitude and can back up his words with actions, it is indeed not bad. For the sake of the Clear Sky sect's interests, the other elders also nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the comparison video continued to play. Faced with Tang San's admission of fault, Tang Ziro couldn't help but let out a long sigh and withdrew his pressure. To this, Tang San remained silent for a moment before speaking. His father was not running away, he simply had no face to meet the sect and his clansmen, having lost the right to return. After saying this and revealing information about his mother, Tang San took out a black lead box and handed the 2 10,000-year spirit bones to Tang Ziro. Learning that these 2 spirit bones were stripped from Tang Hao's own broken leg and arm for Tang San to bring back to the sect, Tang Ziro's eyes also turned red. He grabbed Tang San and began to question him. As for Tang Yuehua, her face was already covered in tears. After the assessment and learning of Tang Hao's actions, Tang Ziro completely accepted Tang San and prepared to hold the ancestor recognition ceremony for him the next day. The next day, Tang San went to recognize his ancestors, but he was met with ridicule and curses from many people. Among them, 7th Elder Tang Lai was particularly sarcastic toward Tang San. To beg for forgiveness, Tang San kowtowed again until traces of blood appeared on his forehead. But despite this, 7th Elder Tang Lai remained relentless, sneering that if Tang Hao really wanted to admit his mistake, he should come back and commit suicide to apologize to the sect. Hearing this, Tang San immediately became unhappy and was filled with rage. Citing 7th Elder Tang Lai's insult to his mother Yin, he challenged 7th Elder Tang Lai, willing to die without regrets. In the end, 7th Elder Tang Lai had Tang San first challenge the Vice Chief Tang Hu. Only if he could defeat him would he have the qualification to challenge 7th Elder Tang Lai. During the battle against Tang Hu, Tang San defeated him with ease. In the battle against 7th Elder Tang Lai, Tang San forced 7th Elder Tang Lai to use over 40% of his strength, which counted as losing the match. However, although Tang San gained the qualification to recognize his ancestors, the Clear Sky sect's 2nd Elder proposed 3 conditions. As long as Tang San could complete them, he could bring Tang Hao back with him. These 3 conditions were: Within 10 years, spirit power must break through to rank 80. Within 10 years, bring back the head of a titled Douluo from Spirit Hall, and the 8th spirit ring must be a 100,000-year soul ring. To this, although it was very difficult, Tang San gritted his teeth and agreed. Black World, Spirit City. Supreme Pontiff Palace. This Clear Sky sect has quite the nerve. Back then our spirit halls spared their lives. Not only are they ungrateful, they actually want to seek revenge. Back then we should have slaughtered their entire clan. When he saw the 3 conditions, the Clear Sky sect's second elder proposed to Tang San in the comparison video. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yue Guan's anger instantly hit the roof, and he roared in his feminine voice. In his view, in the original future shown by this comparison video, besides Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong, there were only him and Ghost Douluo among the titled Douluo on Spirit Hall's surface. Didn't the Clear Sky sect's second elder's meaning imply that Tang San should bring back the heads of the 2 of them? This made Chrysanthemum Douluo Yue Guan wish he could lead people to destroy the Clear Sky sect right now. Beside him, a cold sneer appeared on Bibi Dong's noble and cold face. Although the existence of the Clear Sky sect was a good thing for her, it had to be said that the Clear Sky sect should have been destroyed back then. It was entirely because that old thing Kyan Douluo was soft-hearted and indecisive, actually wanting to fulfill the promise he lost to Tang Chen in their duel. After the Clear Sky sect retreated to their ancestral peak, he wouldn't allow the attack to continue. Otherwise, the Clear Sky sect would have been destroyed long ago. In the future, if Spirit Hall is destroyed by people from the Clear Sky sect, that old thing Kyan Douluo should prepare to apologize to the Kyan family's old ancestor after he dies. After recognizing his ancestors in the Clear Sky sect. Because of the 5-year reunion promise with the rest of Shrek Academy, Tang San returned to Shrek Academy. Regarding Tang San, who had awakened the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, Dai Mubai Shujuking Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun did not recognize him at all for a time. After learning of Tang San's identity, they couldn't help but be shocked. Afterward, the group went to the office with Flender, where they recounted their experiences over the past 5 years. However, Tang San did not stay at Shrek Academy for very long. One day, Xiaozin suddenly brought Ning Fengzhai over. At first, Ning Rongrong thought he had come for her. But she saw that the Ning Fengzhai who entered was pale, with cold sweat on his forehead and his clothes in total disarray. As for the side, Bone Douluo Gurong was also pale, his right arm hanging limp, coughing from time to time with blood. "Father, Grandpa Bone, what happened to you?" Seeing this, Ning Rongrong was incredibly anxious. To this, Ning Fengzhai's expression was ugly, a flash of sorrow in his eyes as he clenched his fists. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is destroyed. Chapter 170. Similar people, same scene. White Zyro Wu, I'm different. Juliana, beautiful image, sharing 8. What? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has been destroyed. For a moment, whether in the Black World or the White World, countless Spirit Masters' expressions changed drastically, unable to believe it. How could it be? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is currently the head of the upper 3 sects, possessing not only the powerful title Douluo, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, but also Ning Fengzhai, the continent's top support system Spirit Master. In this world, who could possibly destroy the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? However, this was only what those who were still ignorant of Spirit Hall's true strength thought. In the Black and White worlds, those who already knew Spirit Hall's true strength instantly thought of Spirit Hall. Black World, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Spirit Hall, it must be Spirit Hall. Ning Fengzhai's expression was grim. He immediately stood up from his seat, clenched his fists, and growled in anger. On this continent, the only one capable of destroying our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is Spirit Hall. Furthermore, since Bibi Dong took over as Supreme Pontiff, Spirit Hall has been constantly expanding its power. For free Spirit Masters unwilling to join them, it has always been submit and prosper, resist and perish. On this continent, only Spirit Hall has the strongest motive to destroy my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Beside him, Douluo also spoke with a grim expression. Sect Master, it seems our 7 treasure glazed tile school must find a way to better protect ourselves. If we don't take any action, it will be hard to guarantee that the future shown in this comparison video won't happen again. Crown Prince's mansion. The 7 treasure glazed tile school was wiped out. Could it be that that woman's spirit hunt operation has begun? Seeing this, Cayenne Renxu's expression also changed, and her heart tightened. Although leading Spirit Hall to unify the continent was also what she wanted to do. Whether this spirit hunt operation could truly be completed as perfectly as predicted is still unknown at this point. What if this comparison video exposes her identity? What should she do then? This caused Cayenne Renxu's thoughts to race, preparing for both the best and worst case scenarios. The comparison video continued to play. Upon learning that the 7 treasure glazed tile school was destroyed, Flender, Tang San, and the others were all shocked, finding it hard to believe. At this time, Flender also hurriedly offered a cup of hot tea and asked Ning Fengzhai exactly what had happened. In response, Ning Fengzhai suppressed his anger and recounted the surprise enemy attack from the previous night. As for the suspected culprit, it was still Spirit Hall. Since the 7 treasure glazed tile school had suffered such an event, Ning Fengzhai also looked at Yu Zairogang and Liu Erlong, reminding them that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect might also find it difficult to remain unscathed. Hearing this, Yu Zairogang's expression changed drastically. Yu Zairogang and Liu Erlong went back to check on the situation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. But the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had already been turned into ruins. Except for a very few disciples who were away, their entire sect was annihilated. This caused a massive uproar in the Spirit Master's world, leaving everyone feeling vulnerable. In response, Spirit Hall also issued an order to investigate and capture the culprit. But anyone with eyes could guess who the most likely culprit was. Black World Spirit City. Supreme Pontiff Palace. Bibi Dong sat calmly on a throne, picked up the fragrant tea on the table before her, and took a small sip. She looked out the window once more at the comparison heavenly screen in the sky. It's not bad. It seems my spirit hunting plan should have been a success. Pity though, there's only the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but not the Clear Sky sect. Thinking of the Clear Sky sect, Bibi Dong couldn't help but snort coldly. Of the upper 3 sects, 2 are destroyed, leaving only the Clear Sky sect. It must be that that old thing wouldn't allow it and refused to help. Otherwise, the Clear Sky sect would not have escaped this calamity. After the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect were destroyed, Spirit Hall soon released a message stating that since the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect were gone, and the Clear Sky sect had been in seclusion for many years, a new selection tournament for the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects should be held. To use strength to select the new upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects. On the other side, Tang San had already left Shrek Academy and headed for the Stardew Great Forest, preparing to see Zyro Wu, who had returned there. However, after traveling for a day and reaching the inner circle of the Stardew Great Forest, just as Tang San was preparing to rest for the night and continue his journey the next day, he unexpectedly encountered a group of people. After Tang San snuck over, he encountered 4 spirit saints. A battle was originally on the verge of breaking out. But at that moment, Hu Liena appeared, her charming and beautiful face full of surprise as she walked out. "Why are you here?" Tang San also put on a look of shock, pretending not to recognize Zai Yu and Yan. Black World Spirit City. Hu Liena felt like she was going to have a breakdown. Damn it, why did I meet this hateful guy again? Can you please not let me see him again? I'm going crazy. Judging by her performance in the comparison video, Hu Liena felt that whenever her counterpart in the comparison video met Tang San, it was never a good thing. And sure enough, everyone, he is my friend. As soon as Hu Liena came over, she immediately vouched for Tang San, wanting to avoid a conflict. Because Juliana was already the Spirit Hall Holy Maiden and the future successor to the Supreme Pontiff, the others gave her that face. Afterward, Juliana began to exchange pleasantries with Tang San with a smile on her face. Yan found this very hard to endure and couldn't help but ask Juliana who Tang San was. However, Juliana was very cold toward Yan's questioning. She just brushed him off with a simple, "He's my friend." Black World, Spirit City. Although it wasn't the first time. Seeing in the comparison video that Juliana would rather fall for an enemy than show him any kindness. Yan still felt a deep pain in his heart. Why? Nana, we grew up together, became the golden generation together, were selected for the Spirit City team together, and fought side by side. Why do you always dislike me so much? Where exactly do I fall short? Yan's eyes were red and filled with tears. He lowered his head and clenched his fists, feeling like he wanted to cry. Beside him, Ziyu glanced at Yan, shook his head, and sighed in his heart. He actually quite liked Yan as a brother. If Juliana could agree, he would be willing to help Yan and his sister be together. But unfortunately, the problem was that his sister didn't like Yan. As for the reason, Ziyu looked at Yan's face. While it wasn't bad, it could even be called heroic. Unfortunately, he just wasn't the type his sister liked. After brushing off Yan, Juliana hurried to comfort Tang San, telling him not to mind, and asked why he had come to hunt spirit beasts alone. Thinking of Zyro Wu, a trace of loneliness flashed in Tang San's eyes, and he mocked himself, saying that since he was alone, there was no one to help him. A sentence instinctively blurted out from Juliana's mouth. "You still have me." However, Juliana immediately tried to cover it up, stating they were friends, and then asked if the Clear Sky sect wouldn't help Tang San obtain his spirit rings. Tang San stated that he no longer belonged to any sect. Of course, Tang San was deceiving Juliana. He felt no psychological burden about this. They were enemies anyway, and he was doing it for Zyro Wu. Tang San was originally preparing to turn and leave. Yan, however, had a very unfriendly attitude and told Tang San to leave the Stardew Great Forest, saying that Spirit Hall was conducting business and no other spirit masters would be allowed entry for 6 months. This made Tang San feel all the more that Spirit Hall was plotting something. Tang San refused to comply with Yan's demand. Yan, who was already furious to the extreme, directly attacked Tang San. Unfortunately, he was stopped by Juliana. Afterward, Juliana also mentioned that Tang San had helped her on the road to hell. Ziyu was quite grateful for this. Juliana originally wanted to let Tang San leave. But at that moment, Ghost Douluo appeared and intervened again, stating that to avoid disturbing the target, Tang San could not be allowed to leave. As a reward, after their operation was over, they could help Tang San hunt for his 6th spirit ring. And finally, Tang San finally discovered that the target Spirit Hall was hunting was none other than Zyro Wu. The same Spirit Hall pursuit. The same lover. Thinking of what happened when Tang Hao and Yin of the Black and White Worlds faced the pursuit of Spirit Hall experts led by Kai and Zunji in the previous comparison video. For a moment, the gazes of countless people in the Black and White Worlds became strange. White World, Stardew Great Forest core area. Seeing this, White Zyro Wu sat on the Titan giant ape's shoulder, her slender arms crossed over her chest, and gave a disdainful smile. Hee, I knew that Tang Hao had plenty of little schemes. Now isn't this proving my, Zyro Wu's thoughts? Before, under Tang Hao's design, Yin was deceived and forced to sacrifice herself to him when facing Spirit Hall's pursuit. Now, also under Spirit Hall's pursuit. Tang San just happens to have arrived here. I'll bet 10,000 carats that the me in the Black World will definitely end up making a sacrifice for this Tang San. That Black Zyro Wu is so stupid, she even forgot her mother's revenge. But I, White Zyro Wu, am different. Chapter 171, The Legacy of Backstabbing Between Master and Disciple, the Greatest Winner Tang San. Zyro Wu beautiful image sharing 4. At this time, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo stood at the very front of the team. 20 spirit saints formed a circle, surrounding Hu Liena, Zai Yue, Yan, and Tang San, who was accidentally injured because he used mental force to probe an existence much stronger than himself. In front of them, they confronted a massive Titan giant ape, over 15 meters tall, covered in knotted muscles like granite, with topaz-colored eyes like lanterns. On the shoulder of the Titan giant ape sat a young girl dressed in a pink dress, with a tall and graceful figure, long black hair draped over her shoulders, and exquisite, beautiful features looking like an elf. Black World Blue Tyrant Academy. Is this Zyro Wu after she grew up? When he saw the elf-like beautiful girl sitting on the shoulder of the Titan giant ape in the comparison video, Tang San was a bit dazed, his eyes full of amazement and adoration. Before, Zyro Wu could only be considered a cute type of girl. In terms of beauty, there was actually still some gap between her and Ning Rongrong or Zhu Zhuqing. But now, after growing up, Zyro Wu had completely blossomed. Her appearance had become world-shakingly beautiful, and her temperament was as vibrant as an elf, making it impossible for one to look away. In the comparison video, Tang San, who had awakened the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, was certainly a match for Zyro Wu. But thinking about reality, where his father actually caused his mother's death, and his mother was extremely hostile toward him, treating him like an enemy, a trace of gloom and bitterness flashed through Tang San's eyes. Now, with his mother's attitude, he probably had no hope of awakening the Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline again. In the future, when he went to find Zyro Wu, if the Zyro Wu of that time had grown to look like the one in the comparison video, would he still be worthy of her? The comparison video continued to play. Although the Titan giant ape Ming was there, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo did not dare to act rashly. However, capturing Zyro Wu was a mission handed down by Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo did not dare to fail to carry it out. But after Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo rushed up together and began the battle with the Titan giant ape, suddenly the Sky Azure Ball Python also emerged from the nearby Lake of Life. On that azure ball head covered in dense scales, its eyes were full of coldness as it spoke in human tongue. Second brother, kill them all, leave none alive. Discovering that 200,000-year spirit beasts, the Titan giant ape and the Sky Azure Ball Python, had appeared and both had domains, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were forced to activate their martial soul fusion skill, the two elements stillness domain, to forcibly freeze the Titan giant ape and the Sky Azure Ball Python. Originally, under the arrangement of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, the other 20 spirit saints could have completely captured Zyro Wu by swarming her during this opportunity. But at this moment, Tang San suddenly moved, directly backstabbing Zai Yu and launching hidden weapons at close range. This left Hu Liena absolutely stunned. Afterward, Tang San rushed out, directly took Zyro Wu away, turned around and ran. Bastard, kill him! Behind them, Yan was roaring in a towering rage. Black World, Spirit City. Douluo Hall. Why does everything feel so familiar? Light Feather Douluo couldn't help but complain. Back then, for you Zyrogang, that Bibi Dong did not hesitate to betray our Spirit Hall just to elope with him. Now, the Spirit Hall's operation to hunt this 100,000-year spirit beast-transformed soft-bone rabbit was originally going smoothly, but because this Hu Liena brought Tang San in, the plan has failed again. Bibi Dong and this Hu Liena, master and disciple, surely have a legacy of backstabbing our Spirit Hall. Beside him, the enshrined priests like Gold Crocodile Douluo and Azure Luan Douluo couldn't help but have their mouths twitch. They felt it was hard to keep it together, their hearts filled with helplessness. What sin did our Spirit Hall commit? How could 2 generations of holy maidens both have this kind of character? White World, Spirit City. Seeing this, Hu Liena also couldn't take it anymore and couldn't help but send a bullet chat, angrily scolding the self of the other world. White World, Hu Liena, me of the Black World, what on earth are you thinking? Even if this Tang San disguised his identity at first, he is still someone from the Clear Sky sect. What is wrong with your brain that you absolutely must fall in love with an enemy? Now, you've almost caused your brother's death and even ruined our Spirit Hall's operation. Is there something wrong with your head? Black World, Spirit City. Facing the angry scolding from her other self in the White World, Juliana's charming and beautiful face turned bright red, and she clenched her jade-like hands. She felt both ashamed and humiliated, simply wishing she could sink into the ground. Under the pursuit of Spirit Hall, Tang San fled all the way with Zyro Wu. At the final moment of life and death, realizing there was no way to escape, Tang San did not hesitate to thrust a fragment of the 8 spider lances into his heart, sacrificing his life to strip away his own blue-silver emperor right leg bone so Zyro Wu could escape. This caused Zyro Wu extreme heartache and sorrow, and she chose the same path as Yin did back then, sacrifice. As expected, seeing this scene in the black and white worlds, many spirit masters, as well as 100,000-year spirit beasts and vicious beasts, were not surprised at all. Because in the comparison video, the situation of Zyro Wu and Tang San was just too similar to that of Tang Hao and Yin before. It was far too alike. Naturally, the result would not be much different. White World, core area of the Stardew Great Forest. This Tang San is still quite a bit stronger compared to that Tang Hao. Although she didn't like the Black World's Tang Hao and Tang San, father and son, at all. Seeing Tang San not hesitate to sacrifice himself in the comparison video, to exchange for a chance for the other her to escape. This caused White Zyro Wu's impression of Tang San to change slightly, and she couldn't help but give a light snort and say so. Black World, core area of the Stardew Great Forest. Watching the comparison video, regarding the parting of life and death between herself and Tang San in the original future, Black Zyro Wu couldn't help but be moved to tears. Third brother. After this incident, Tang San suddenly gained a lot of favorability points in the black and white worlds, especially among young girls. Of course, the main reason for this was still that Tang San had awakened the blue-silver emperor bloodline, and his looks had greatly improved. Otherwise, the effect might not have been so good. Under Zyro Wu's sacrifice, Tang San not only achieved a breakthrough to Spirit Emperor, but also absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring for his 6th spirit ring, and obtained a 100,000-year soft bones rabbit spirit bone. In this spirit hunting mission of Spirit Hall, Tang San undoubtedly became the biggest winner. Because Zyro Wu had sacrificed herself. Having lost the mission target that was Zyro Wu, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo could only give up the mission and retreat with the surviving Spirit Hall Spirit Masters. And to save Zyro Wu, Tang San fed her the yearning Heartbroken Red. Unfortunately, the yearning Heartbroken Red saved Zyro Wu's soft bones rabbit physical body, but her soul was still gone. Finally, the Sky Azure Bull Python told Tang San the way to save Zyro Wu. It required finding a Saint's Soul Grass, a 10,000-year 9th grade ginseng king that had shed its mortal body and transformed into human form, and one ancient spirit beast in Adan. Coincidentally, Tang San had a 10-headed fierce yang serpent in Adan in his hand, which satisfied the third condition. And afterward, because a 10,000-year man-faced demon spider blocked the path during the process of fleeing with Zyro Wu. This made Tang San hate it intensely. He directly found this man-faced demon spider, used the 8 spider lances to torture and kill it, and accidentally triggered the Devour skill, consuming the man-faced demon spider. This caused the evolution of the 8 spider lances, connecting with other spirit bones to form the prototype of a spirit bone divine raiment. Afterward, Tang San carrying Zyro Wu, who only had her soft bones rabbit body left the Stardew Great Forest and returned to the Heaven Dew Imperial City. However, while walking in the Heaven Dew Imperial City, they encountered a group of knights galloping on horseback down the street, directly taking up the whole road as they rushed forward. Upon meeting Tang San, the leading knight roared and raised his whip, intending to whip Tang San away. But in response, Tang San unleashed the Slaughter God domain, directly intimidating the group of horses and killing one horse with a single punch to make an example for the others. Regarding this, the 4th Prince Xu Beng, who was also in the team, clamored quite like a playboy, telling the other knights to continue acting. But he was stopped by Du Gubo. At this time, Tang San called out Du Gubo's name. After using the 10-headed fierce yang serpent in Adan to intimidate Du Gubo, he called Du Gubo to the side and headed to a tea house. White World, Ice and Fire Yin Yang Well. Chuan, is this 10-headed fierce young serpent in a Dan actually so extraordinary? That 10-headed fierce young serpent on the road to hell in Slaughter City definitely hadn't reached 100,000 years of cultivation. Its inner Dan could actually intimidate the me who has already broken through to title Douluo. When he saw Tang San use the 10-headed fierce young serpent inner Dan to intimidate his other self in the comparison video, Douluo couldn't help but frown deeply, hardly able to believe it. This 10-headed fierce young serpent is considered a primordial exotic beast. Its essence is quite extraordinary. Its inner Dan is also an opportunity that can allow martial souls, especially fire attribute ones, to evolve. Being of the serpent kind, it should also work for serpent-type martial souls. Once this comparison video ends, I will take a trip to the road to hell and take this 10-headed fierce young serpent inner Dan. Tang Chuan thought for a moment and said, "This comparison, according to previous patterns, probably won't involve Sea God Island. In a situation where it hasn't been exposed that Ma Hongjun's martial soul evolved through the 10-headed fierce young serpent inner Dan. The 10-headed fierce young serpent inner Dan shouldn't be too coveted by others. Therefore, he planned to go there after the comparison video ended. Anyway, it wouldn't take too long." Chapter 172, Zhu Beng is no playboy, 7th Elder Tang Lai, Tang San is about to turn on his master. Zyro Wu beautiful image, share 5. After Tang San took Douluo to the nearby tea house. On Zhu Beng's gloomy face, his brows furrowed as a different look flashed through his eyes. He waved his hand, signaling the royal guards to clear the scene. His temperament suddenly became completely different from his previous playboy persona. Meanwhile, in the Crown Prince's mansion of the Black and White Worlds, Qian Rengxu keenly perceived the change in Zhu Beng's temperament. Her eyes narrowed slightly, her heart filled with suspicion and uncertainty. This Zhu Beng, why did it feel like he suddenly wasn't as much of a playboy as before? Did I see it wrong? Or, in the tea house, after confirming that Tang San was indeed the Tang San he knew, Douluo finally felt at ease and asked Tang San about his future plans. To this, Tang San sneered, stating he was well aware that he currently lacked the strength to seek revenge against Spirit Hall. Afterward, Tang San frowned and asked Douluo why he was associating with Prince Yuzing and Zhu Beng. "Little freak, you are still too young." Douluo gave Tang San a deep look and spoke slowly. "Some things are not as simple as they appear on the surface. Sometimes, you must look past the appearance to see the true essence. Do you really think Zhu Beng is a playboy?" Looking at Tang San, Douluo revealed that the Heaven Du Empire originally had 4 princes. Aside from Crown Prince Zhu Qinghe and Zhu Beng, who was currently acting as a playboy, the other 2 had died under mysterious circumstances. This made Tang San's entire body turn cold. Later, Douluo revealed more information. Emperor Zhu Yi had originally intended to name the 2nd prince as the Crown Prince. However, 2 days later, the 2nd prince died of poisoning. In his view, the most likely culprit was the current Crown Prince, Zhu Qinghe. When they saw this, whether in the Black World or the White World, countless commoners, spirit masters, and nobles were shocked to their cause. They could hardly believe that Crown Prince Zhu Qinghe, who had always been known for his virtue and gentle personality, was actually suspected of murdering his own brothers. However, many high-level members of major powers, such as Ning Fengzhai and Emperor Dai Tianfeng of the Star Luo Empire, were completely unfazed. In this world, where were there so many instances of brotherly love and respect? In the face of immense interests, even fathers and sons could turn against each other, let alone brothers. To become an emperor, to hold the future of an empire in one's hands, and to control the life and death of tens of thousands, a mediocre person simply wouldn't do. One must be an absolutely outstanding genius in every aspect. In the succession for the throne, the one who can survive until the end is the winner. The comparison video continued to play. Through Douluo's introduction, Tang San also learned that Zhu Beng's disguise was very deep, and that he was definitely not an ordinary playboy. Afterward, Douluo also informed Tang San of the destruction of the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Learning that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had been exterminated, Tang San worried about Yu Xiaogang and hurried back to Shrek Academy. At this time in Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaogang was conducting training for over 4,000 spirit masters sent by the Heaven Du imperial family. This time, Yu Xiaogang finally thought of Xiao Wuji and had him activate his gravity spirit ability to help train these spirit masters. White World Tianshui Academy. This Yu Xiaogang finally knows to find Fudo Maiwo Xiao Wuji and use his gravity spirit ability to help with training. Seeing that in the comparison video, it took Yu Xiaogang a full 7 or 8 years to realize he could use Xiao Wuji's gravity spirit ability for training. Shui Yuja couldn't help but complain. One must know that in the previous comparison video, when Tang San and the others in the Black World first joined Shrek Academy, the so-called training plan Yu Xiaogang devised had no technical merit at all. It was just having Tang San and the others carry baskets of stones and run back and forth between Shrek Academy and Suichu City. Not only was the exercise effect low, but it was also a waste of time. The training took nearly a whole day, and they still had to rest at night to recover their bodies. There was simply no time to cultivate. The fact that Tang San and the others' spirit power could increase significantly after that training was entirely due to Yu Xiaogang sparing no expense and burning through Shrek Academy's funds to provide high-end food made with spirit beast meat every day. Otherwise, the results wouldn't have been so good. Black World Blue Tyrant Academy. They noticed that in the comparison video, only now did Yu Xiaogang know to use Xiao Wuji's gravity spirit ability to assist in training. And because there were too many people to train in the current comparison video, Xiao Wuji couldn't hold out at all. But in the previous comparison video, in the original future, there were only 7 of them, and they could have received Xiao Wuji's best care, yet Yu Xiaogang didn't even think to have Xiao Wuji help with training. Dai Mu by Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and the others were also criticizing and complaining in their hearts. Could this Grandmaster's current training be plagiarized from someone else again, just like that 7-in-1 fusion skill from last time? However, although Yu Xiaogang finally became smart, the intensity of the gravity training assisted by Xiao Wuji seemed a bit too high. This caused the spirit masters undergoing training to complain and feel indignant. Someone even questioned Yu Xiaogang. This Grandmaster is nothing more than a master of theory. Why should we listen to him? He can't even do it himself. Why should we? Even a titled Douluo couldn't endure such torture without using spirit abilities. This made Liu Erlong explode with anger. However, Yu Xiaogang took a step forward, looking as if he were about to train with them, his expression seemingly very determined. But in the end, Tang San suddenly appeared, stating that a disciple should perform the labor for his teacher and offered to take Yu Xiaogang's place. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang immediately relented. Seeing this, many people in the black and white worlds couldn't help but feel speechless and critical. And here they thought Yu Xiaogang had changed his nature. It turns out he had noticed Tang San was coming. However, not everyone noticed Yu Xiaogang's little scheme. Black World Blue Tyrant Academy. Xiaogang, the way you were about to train with them just now was truly wonderful. You were so manly. Seeing that in the comparison video, when faced with the doubts of the spirit masters sent by the Heaven Du imperial family, Yu Xiaogang looked as if he were about to train with them, his firm tone seemingly beyond question. Liu Erlong couldn't help but be filled with worship and admiration. Ahem, to win the recognition of others, one must certainly lead by example. This is only right. Yu Xiaogang said with feigned indifference. In reality, he breathed a sigh of relief. Because he knew his own situation best. He was truly afraid that in the comparison video, his future self would actually have to train together, only to be crushed by the gravity in a few moments. That would have been a huge embarrassment. Fortunately, he was indeed clever. He only said he would train together because he saw that his disciple Tang San was about to arrive. After Tang San joined the training, he directly outperformed everyone else. Upon learning Tang San's cultivation level, the spirit masters participating in the training were shocked. Thinking Tang San was trained by Yu Xiaogang, their attitude immediately became respectful. After the training ended, learning that Bibai Dong was attempting to hunt Zyro Wu, Liu Erlong was beyond furious. Grandmaster originally intended to persuade Tang San to stay calm, but he suddenly fainted. It turned out he had been pushing himself too hard to avenge the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Afterward, Tang San asked Yu Xiaorogang about the mutation of the 8 spider lances, and learned it was a spirit-bone fusion skill. Later, Tang San also told Yu Xiaorogang the imperial secrets he had learned from Dugu Bo, and they discussed their next plan. Next, Tang San prepared to establish a sect called the Tang Sect. To this end, Tang San invited Ma Hongjun and told him about this idea. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun was stunned for a moment. "Third brother, haven't you already acknowledged your ancestors and returned to the clan? Wouldn't the Clear Sky Sect have an issue with you creating your own sect?" To this, Tang San said calmly, "It doesn't matter, the Clear Sky Sect is already closed off. Although I have acknowledged my ancestors, the Tang Sect does not conflict with the Clear Sky Sect. In the future, they can have a mutually dependent relationship. As for what happens later, it will depend on what kind of development our Tang Sect can achieve." Black World, Clear Sky Sect. When they saw this, the elders of the Clear Sky Sect immediately turned red in the face, their hearts filled with fury. Didn't this Tang San say that as long as he could return to the clan, he was willing to give everything for the Clear Sky Sect, even his life? Now, not even a month has passed, and this kid's wings have already grown strong enough that he wants to fly solo. He even says this Tang Sect and my Clear Sky Sect are in a mutually dependent relationship, and the specific relationship depends on the Tang Sect's future development. This kid truly has wild ambitions. It seems he even wants my Clear Sky Sect to become an appendage of his Tang Sect. 7th Elder Tang Lai was even more furious, his fists clenched, his eyes bloodshot as he roared in anger. Truly an outcast devouring his master, an outcast devouring his master. Chapter 173, Not of my race, their hearts must be different. Will Bai He's investment in the crystal blood dragon ginseng pay off? Bai Chengxiang beautiful image sharing 4. Black World, Clear Sky Sect. At this moment, seeing Tang San's indifferent look in the comparison video, as if he didn't care about the Clear Sky Sect at all. Then thinking back to before, when Tang San wanted to acknowledge his ancestors and return to the sect, his extremely apologetic manner even reached the level of civility. Under this contrast between the two, it undoubtedly proved that the promises Tang San made in order to return to the sect were all complete lies. This caused Tang Zyro's expression to turn ugly instantly, and he felt exceptionally uncomfortable inside. As expected, not of my race, their hearts must be different. This Tang San ultimately comes from that other world's Bashu Tang sect, even if he acknowledges Brother Hao. That is only because Brother Hao is his father. But in his heart, he always considers himself a person of the Tang sect, rather than a member of my Clear Sky sect. Another family's dog can never be truly tamed after all. Black World, Blue Tyrant Academy. Finding that in the comparison video Tang San didn't care about the Clear Sky sect at all, and even said his relationship with the Clear Sky sect would be decided by the future development of the Tang sect. To this, Tang Hao was undoubtedly unable to accept it. Thus Tang Hao immediately appeared, frowning deeply, and spoke to Tang San in a heavy voice. "Little San, in this comparison video, how could you say such things? The blood flowing in your body is of the Tang clan. You have inherited the Clear Sky Hammer martial soul. You are a member of the Clear Sky sect. You have already acknowledged your ancestors, so how can you establish another sect? And even saying you'll decide the relationship with the Clear Sky sect based on the Tang sect's development. No matter what, the Tang sect you establish can only be a vassal of the Clear Sky sect. This is determined by the bloodline flowing within you." Tang Hao became more excited as he spoke, his tone approaching a harsh reprimand. To this, Tang San naturally nodded repeatedly in agreement, his attitude in admitting his mistake being quite sincere and upright. He expressed that if given another chance, he would definitely not say or do such things. However, in his heart, Tang San was exceptionally defiant. HMPH, this Clear Sky sect, as a family and a sect, did not protect my father and mother, but instead blamed them. don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. What use is such a family and sect? That I, Tang San, was willing to acknowledge my ancestors is already giving face to my father. And thinking that his father would actually shield the Clear Sky sect so indiscriminately. Tang San's heart was both jealous and beyond furious. This Clear Sky sect has actually deluded my father like this. They truly have a way to seek their own death. The comparison video continued to play. Facing Tang San's invitation, Ma Hongjun agreed to join the Tang sect and even wanted to be the vice sect master. Afterward, through Ning Rongrong, Tang San also wanted to request an audience with Ning Fengzhai. However, after leaving the imperial palace, Tang San was ambushed by a person in grey clothes. After the fight, Tang San discovered it was Oscar. The two told each other about their experiences over the past 5 years. Afterward, they went together to request an audience with Ning Fengzhai. When seeing Oscar again, Ning Rongrong burst into tears and threw herself at Oscar. Because the 7 treasure glazed tile school had now fallen to rock bottom, and Ning Rongrong did indeed have feelings for Oscar. Ning Fengzhai agreed to let Oscar and Ning Rongrong be together. After letting Oscar and Ning Rongrong leave, Tang San had a private discussion with Ning Fengzhai, finalizing the follow-up business between the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Tang sect. After the trip to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Tang San went to the Strength clan, preparing to recruit the Strength clan to join the Tang sect. To this, Tai Tan agreed without hesitation. Black World Breaking Clan. HMPH, I knew it that old orangutan is a traitor. Because of that Tang Hao, our 4 great clans suffered such heavy casualties. This Tang San is Tang Hao's son, yet when asked to join this Tang sect, he just joined. Seeing that in the comparison video, Tai Tan agreed to join Tang San's invitation without any hesitation. Yang Wudi couldn't help but snort coldly, his heart filled with anger. No matter what happens in this comparison video, my breaking clan will never join this Tang sect or have any relationship with the Clear Sky sect. And after recruiting the Strength clan, learning that the Strength clan was skilled in smithing and were the high-quality blacksmiths he urgently needed, Tang San was overjoyed and announced the information about the hidden weapons. Because next was the biennial gathering of the 4 great clans. Tai Tan expressed that he needed to take a month's leave. Hearing this, Tang San's heart stirred, and he expressed his desire to go along to recruit the other 3 great clans. To this, Tai Tan agreed. The next day, Tang San took Ning Rongrong and the other 2, along with the Strength clan including Tai Tan, in 2 carriages to Longsing City on the border of the Star Luo Empire to meet with the other 3 great clans. This gathering was hosted by the Defense clan. On the way, Tai Tan also told Tang San about the situation of the other 3 great clans and exchanged information about hidden weapons. Half a month later, the carriage arrived at the border, and Tang San and the others encountered the wretched 3 musketeers, Bula Lao Yi and Tianya. After this interlude, not long after, the group finally arrived at Longsing City, where the Defense clan was located. After meeting Niu Gao, the clan chief of the Defense clan, upon learning of Tang San's identity, Niu Gao was instantly furious and was very unwelcoming toward Tang San. But with Tai Tan's help, plus Tang San's own talent and strength, and the current situation of the continent. In the middle, there was also the reverse assist from Hu Yanzhen of the Elephant Armored Academy, who came to coerce the Defense clan into joining the Elephant Armored Academy. In the end, Niu Gao still agreed to lead the Defense clan to join the Tang sect. After Niu Gao changed his mind and chose to join the Tang sect, he began to help come up with ideas, wanting to pull the Speed clan in to join the Tang sect as well. The next evening, the Speed clan also arrived. Bai he brought his granddaughter Bai Chengxiang and over a dozen other members of the Speed clan to the Defense clan. Originally, due to a lack of means to make a living, the Speed clan came wanting to request aid from the Defense clan. But Niu Gao had already thought of a plan. He sighed and said that since he was going to Heaven Do Imperial City to work with the Strength clan, he might not be able to establish a foothold in a short time and needed capital reserves, so he couldn't support the Speed clan. At this time, Tai Tan pulled Tang San over, introduced him to Bai He, and promoted the hidden weapons. As an agility attack system spirit master with insufficient attack power, Bai He was immediately moved by the hidden weapons, but found that he completely couldn't afford them, leaving him quite distraught. Seeing this, Tang San took the opportunity to offer a huge, repeating crossbow for free. When Bai He said he couldn't accept a reward without merit, Tang San proposed a speed contest with Bai Chengxiang. If he won, he would get the 100 gold coins in Bai He's hand. If he lost, he would give the huge repeating crossbow for free. Bai He was moved. However, the result was a crushing defeat for Bai Chengxiang. After dealing a blow to Bai He's pride, Tang San then proposed for the Speed clan to join the Tang sect in exchange for the Tang sect's hidden weapon support and other necessary resources. To this, Bai He was initially unwilling. But after Tang San displayed the hidden weapon sets prepared for the Speed clan, Bai He hesitated and became conflicted again. At this time, Tang San again proposed a speed contest with Bai He. After a fierce confrontation, Tang San originally used his 6th spirit ability, Void, making it impossible for Bai He to touch him, but to avoid hurting Zyro Wu, he voluntarily admitted defeat, which also impressed Bai He. Because in the confrontation, Bai He used his 8th spirit ability, which similarly had nothing to do with speed. This contest was considered a draw. Niu Gao mediated, laughing loudly, saying it was a good chance to make friends and go drink together. However, at the dinner table, Tang San revealed that his father was Tang Hao. This made Bai He's eyes turn sharp instantly, and he immediately guessed that the Strength clan and Defense clan must also know this. But as things stood, Bai He found it hard to refuse and let out a sigh. He stated that as long as the Breaking clan was willing to join, he would also lead the Speed clan to join. The next day, after his grandfather's consideration, Bai He took the initiative to approach Tang San and asked about Tang Hao's situation. Learning that Tang Hao had severed an arm and a leg, stripped his spirit bones, and returned them to the Clear Sky sect, Bai He also sighed softly and finally told Tang San the true reason why he was willing to soften his stance and lead the Speed clan to join the Tang sect. It turned out Bai He was actually Tang Hao's maternal uncle and also Tang San's granduncle. Hearing this, Tang San was greatly shocked. To help Tang San recruit the Breaking clan, Bai He told Tang San about the situation of Yang Wudi, the clan chief of the Breaking clan, while taking out a jade box and handing it to Tang San. Inside, it unexpectedly held the Speed clan's clan treasure, the crystal blood dragon ginseng. Black World, Breaking clan. Sigh. Seeing this, Yang Wudi's mood was suddenly very complex and helpless, and he let out a long sigh. Old Bai He, is it worth it? That old orangutan has always been Tang Hao's loyal servant. I can understand him being willing to lead the Strength clan to serve this Tang San. But although you are Tang San's granduncle, is he worth you gifting him the crystal blood dragon ginseng to help him recruit my Breaking clan? This is the crystal blood dragon ginseng. You have sacrificed so much for Tang San, can you really get the reward you deserve in the future? Chapter 174, Tang San's Ingratitude, the Signs Reappear. Kyan ranks you, beautiful image, share 6. Little San, do not refuse. Take this as a meeting gift from your granduncle. The future of the Speed clan is now entrusted to your hands. I believe in you, so you won't let me down. You are even more outstanding than your father. After giving the crystal blood dragon ginseng to Tang San, Bai He turned and left, with only a voice drifting back from the distance. In response, Tang San remained silent, seemingly moved, and did not refuse. Black World, Speed clan. Originally, this scene looked quite harmonious. But seeing this, Bai Chengxiang could no longer hold back. Turning to look at her grandfather, Bai He, her soft and beautiful face was full of indignation as she spoke. Grandfather, you really shouldn't have given that crystal blood dragon ginseng to Tang San. You gave up our Speed clan's clan treasure just to help him win over the Breaking clan. But Tang San clearly raided Dugu Bo's ice and fire yin yang well before this. The immortal herbs and top-tier spirit medicines in his hands that are not inferior to the crystal blood dragon ginseng are countless. If he had even a bit of gratitude, he shouldn't have accepted our Speed clan's crystal blood dragon ginseng at all. In fact, it would be more appropriate for him to give you an immortal herb suitable for our speed clan in return. But he didn't do that. Instead, he accepted our crystal blood dragon ginseng. In the future, even if our speed clan joins him, we will definitely not get much good out of it. Hearing this, he was also stunned and fell into a long silence. If he were the version of himself in the comparison video, he certainly wouldn't have known Tang San's situation. But as a bystander, after watching Tang San's previous experiences through the comparison heavenly screen, he knew that Tang San had obtained many immortal herbs and top-tier spirit medicines from the poison Douluo's ice and fire yin-yang well. As a granduncle, he cared so much for Tang San that he didn't hesitate to give away the family's treasure, the crystal blood dragon ginseng, just to help him recruit the breaking clan. But Tang San clearly had many immortal herbs and top-tier spirit medicines in his hands. Why didn't he refuse the crystal blood dragon ginseng and use his own immortal herbs and spirit medicines to win over Yang Wudi? Even if this crystal blood dragon ginseng represented the attitude of the Speed Clan's clan chief to some extent, couldn't Tang San have offered other immortal herbs as an exchange? For a moment, a trace of bitter laughter and disappointment flashed in Bai He's eyes, and he sighed in his heart. It seems that his future self had misjudged the person. But then again, in his previous life in the Bashu Tang sect, Tang San was an orphan adopted by the Tang clan. Yet he showed no gratitude for the Tang clan's upbringing. Instead, he felt that the Tang clan discriminated between the inner sect and outer sect disciples like him. At a young age, he didn't hesitate to steal the Tang clan's supreme technique, the mysterious heaven treasure record. If Tang San could be so ungrateful to a sect that saved and raised him, what about a distant granduncle he had never even heard of before? The comparison video continued to play. After accepting the crystal blood dragon ginseng, before Tang San could even put the crystal blood dragon ginseng away, Zyro Wu, in her original form as a soft-bones rabbit, bit into the crystal blood dragon ginseng and ate it. This caused a significant change in Zyro Wu. After some time, the people from the breaking clan finally arrived. Tai Tan had Ma Hongjun call Tang San out. In the main hall of the defense clan, Tang San met the breaking clan's clan chief, Yang Wudi. After Tang San appeared, Tai Tan laughed loudly and introduced Tang San to Yang Wudi, but he was cut short by Yang Wudi's cold response. Noticing Yang Wudi's rather gloomy expression, everyone began to inquire. They learned it was about the upper three sects, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect being wiped out, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School nearly being wiped out. Regarding this, Yang Wudi guessed it was definitely the work of Spirit Hall and was furious, wanting to fight Spirit Hall to the death. Yang Wudi also wanted to pull in the Strength Clan, Defense Clan, and Speed Clan. At this moment, Tai Tan took the opportunity to promote the Tang sect. However, upon learning that the sect master was Tang San, Yang Wudi was still very angry. After Tai Tan revealed that Tang San was Tang Hao's son, Yang Wudi turned to leave. Even when Bai He, who had a good relationship with him, tried to stop him, he wouldn't allow another mention of Tang San. In the end, it was a battle between Tang San and Yang Wudi, with the outcome of the bet determining whether they would continue talking. In the battle, Tang San used all his trump cards, and with Zyro Wu's help, finally managed to defeat Yang Wudi. However, in this battle, Tang San was also seriously injured, because Zyro Wu had eaten the crystal blood dragon ginseng. While Tang San was resting, Zyro Wu restored her human form. But since Zyro Wu had eaten the crystal blood dragon ginseng, Tang San, bringing the restored Zyro Wu, prepared to win over Yang Wudi, but he could only take out the fragrant, deceiving immortal herb. Black World Breaking Clan. Seeing that Tang San indeed had other immortal herbs in his hand, Yang Wudi burst into laughter, laughing until tears almost came out. Old Bitey. This time you really misjudged the person. To help this Tang San win over me, Yang Wudi, and our breaking clan, you didn't hesitate to give up a precious crystal blood dragon ginseng. But Tang San clearly had more and even more precious immortal herbs and spirit medicines in his hand, yet he never thought of declining or exchanging. Instead, he directly accepted your crystal blood dragon ginseng. Even until now, he hasn't thought of compensating you. For someone with no sense of gratitude or reciprocity, even if we join him, we'll just be working like beasts of burden for him, just like we were in the Clear Sky sect. In the end, we won't get anything good. In the Speed clan. Seeing Tang San take out another fragrant silk tulip, but never thinking of compensating his counterpart in the comparison video for losing the clan treasure, the crystal blood dragon ginseng, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and clench his fists. He was finally certain that in the original future, choosing to believe in Tang San and join the Tang sect was a completely wrong choice. After Tang San took out the fragrant silk tulip, Yang Wudi agreed to join the Tang sect. Afterwards, Tang San took Ma Hongjun back to Shrek Academy. At this time, the 4 element academies came to Shrek Academy for a competition. Tang San appeared and took on 3 opponents alone, easily defeating Feng Xiaoroshan, Hua Wu, and Hua Wushwang, making a big splash. Because the Tang sect's hidden weapons required metal, Tang San took Titan, Ning Rongrong, and the restored Zyro Wu to the capital of metal, Jengxin City. After a few episodes, Tang San used hidden weapons as bait to successfully recruit Lu Gao, the president of the Blacksmith Association, and reached a cooperation with them. Later, relying on the treasure-hunting ability of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit, Ning Rongrong picked up many bargains in Jengxin City. At an auction in Jengxin City, because Miles, the head of the Jengxin City Spirit Hall branch, snatched their auction items, Tang San didn't hesitate and directly attacked the Jengxin City Spirit Hall branch at night, looting all its stored treasures. Outrageous, simply outrageous. Spirit City Douluo Hall. Seeing that Tang San actually wiped out the entire Jengxin City Spirit Hall branch, Gold Crocodile Douluo couldn't help but clench his fists, furious. Although that Miles, the head of the Jengxin City Spirit Hall branch, was not a good person. For Tang San to slaughter the entire Jengxin City Spirit Hall branch under the cover of night is far too cruel. Are all the spirit masters of the Jengxin City Spirit Hall branch beyond redemption? Big Brother, no matter what, Tang Hao cannot escape responsibility for the death of the Supreme Pontiff back then. Why can't we just kill this father and son Tang Hao and Tang San? In his anger, Gold Crocodile Douluo looked at Kai and Dailiu and asked indignantly. Chapter 175, Coup d'etat, is not a single woman in Spirit Hall reliable. Kyan Renxu, beautiful image, share 7. Black World, Douluo Hall. Facing Gold Crocodile Douluo's indignant inquiry, Kyan Dailiu couldn't help but fall silent. After a moment, he sighed with a complex look in his eyes. Gold Crocodile, I understand your thoughts. However, Zunji was indeed not killed by Tang Hao. To cover up the truth, I have already gone as far as pinning the blame on the Clear Sky sect, hurting many innocent people. Now targeting Tang Hao is fine. But to target a junior like Tang San again, I simply cannot bring myself to do it. As he spoke, Kyan Dailiu gave a bitter smile. As a man with moral standards who kept his promises. In everything he did, what he valued most was being able to face his own conscience. Back then, regarding the death of his son Kyan Zunji, to cover up the truth and prevent his granddaughter Kyan Renxu from being heartbroken, he had already violated his conscience once. This time to do the same thing and target a junior. He really couldn't do it. After the trip to Jengxin City, Tang San officially established the Tang sect and returned once more to Shrek Academy. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Flender told Tang San that Dugu Bo seemed to be looking for him for something. However, before Tang San could go to the Dugu residence to find Dugu Bo came looking for him personally, hurriedly pulling Tang San away. At this, Tang San immediately guessed that Emperor Zhu Yi's illness must have relapsed again. Exactly. Dugu Bo's gaze turned solemn as he sighed. Little San, I'm afraid things are troublesome this time. Emperor Zhu Yi isn't going to make it. Upon hearing this news, everyone in the office was instantly shocked. Because the poison currently in Emperor Zhu Yi's body was something even Dugu Bo had no solution for. This left Dugu Bo with no choice but to come to Tang San for help. For a moment, seeing this, whether it was the Black World or the White World, Both Kai and Renxu's expressions changed, turning somewhat unsightly. Black World Crown Prince's Mansion. It's not good. Douluo is going to bring Tang San over to help resolve the mixed poisons in Emperor Su Yi's body. I certainly won't sit idly by. But according to the endorsement of the comparison heavenly screen, since this Tang San can become the sea god and Asura god in the future. This time he probably won't die either. Could it be that in the original future, I failed to seize the throne of the Heaven Du Empire? For a moment, Kai and Renxu felt very anxious and angry. Although she found it hard to believe that Tang San, bringing only Douluo, would not die at the hands of Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupinefish Douluo who were protecting her. But thinking about the comparison video, although this Tang San was far inferior to the White World's Tang Chuan, he had still created many miracles. This time she had to prepare for the worst. And thinking of the previous comparison video's revelation that the Heaven Du Empire's fourth Prince Xu Beng was not actually a profligate, but instead hid himself very deeply. A flash of killing intent crossed Kai and Renxu's eyes. She immediately used spirit power transmission to call Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupinefish Douluo inside. Snake Lance, Porcupinefish. This time my identity will likely be exposed. Snake Lance, stay by my side and escort me out of the Heaven Du Imperial City. Porcupinefish. Kai and Renxu looked at Porcupinefish Douluo and said with a cold sneer, "You go to the fourth prince's mansion. Once there is any possibility of my identity being exposed, kill that Xu Beng for me. Isn't he good at hiding? Since I've been exposed, he shouldn't think of living either." Yes, X2. Facing Kai and Renxu's command, both Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupinefish Douluo immediately responded with great respect. On the other side, the White World's Kai and Renxu made the same choice. The comparison video continued to play. Learning that Emperor Xu Yi was not going to make it. Before heading to the palace, Tang San thought of Yang Wudi, who was also very knowledgeable about poisons. He went to get Yang Wudi and they headed to the palace together. Because Douluo was a guest elder of the Heaven Du Imperial family, they faced essentially no resistance, entering the Heaven Du Imperial Palace. However, outside Emperor Xu Yi's bedchamber, the three were stopped. Even though Douluo took out his guest elder token, the guards clad in full armor would not give way. But then Tang San thought of the Crown Prince token Xu King had given him in the past. After bluffing the guards at the main gate, they entered the bedchamber. However, before walking far, the three were discovered. I didn't expect Tang Yin to be Tang San. Back at the Moon Pavilion, I actually misjudged you. But I'm very curious, brother Tang San, how did you completely change your appearance and temperament? At this moment, Xu Qingha was seen leading two people, walking over slowly with a gentle smile. But this time, seeing Xu Qingha, Tang San, Douluo, and Yang Wudi all acted as if facing a great enemy. After an exchange of words, Tang San pointed out that the guards were all spirit masters from Spirit Hall. This made Xu Qingha fly into a rage, refusing to admit it at all. However, Tang San's deductions forced Xu Qingha to admit the truth. In the end, a great battle erupted instantly. Xu Qingha fought Tang San. As for Douluo and Yang Wudi, they respectively fought the two-titled Douluo behind Xu Qingha. Of these two-titled Douluo, one had the blue-purple snake lance as his spirit, while the other had the blood-colored porcupinefish as his spirit. However, even with two-titled Douluo taking action, they were unable to do anything to Douluo, Tang San, and Yang Wudi. Seeing this, Xu Qingha spoke up again with a gentle smile. He laid out his absolute advantage, telling Tang San to cherish his small life, and even stated that he could temporarily set aside the grudge of killing his father. As long as Tang San was willing to submit, he could name any price. To this, Tang San did not refuse directly, but instead stated indifferently, "Although I dislike you very much, what you say is indeed correct. If I submit to you, my future development will indeed be smooth sailing. However, the conditions I propose are not something you can agree to." Hearing this, Xu Qingha's heart stirred, and he smiled slightly, saying, "No harm in speaking them." Tang San's eyes flashed as he also said with a cold sneer, "Since you know about Zyro Wu's matter, then you should also understand that I will definitely seek revenge for Zyro Wu in the future. So my condition is very simple. As long as you kill everyone who besieged me in Zyro Wu back then, including Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, right in front of me. Then I will agree to submit to you. Facing the request Tang San proposed, Zhu Qinghe did not refuse immediately, but instead replied after thinking for a while. Your condition is difficult, but not impossible to consider. However, you need to reach the rank of titled Douluo before you can bring me greater benefits. At that time, I can promise you. Anyway, except for Hu Liena, who didn't take action against you and Zyro Wu, the others are not an issue. What? Black World inside Spirit City. Hearing Kayan Renxu's words in the comparison video. Whether it was Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, or Zai Yu and Yan, their eyes all widened instantly, and their hearts went half cold. No, don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to AI Otaku Studio. In the original future, we were also following His Holiness, the Pope's orders to hunt that Zyro Wu. To Spirit Hall, we are also loyal and devoted. In the end, you actually considered killing us all just to win over an enemy who might be double-dealing. This was unacceptable to Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, as well as Zai Yu and Yan. Among them, especially Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, their hearts were secretly lamenting. Back then, His Holiness the Pope was unreliable. How come now it feels like Hu Liena and Kayan Renxu are the same way? Is there not a single female high-ranking official in Spirit Hall with a normal brain? If this continues, the future of Spirit Hall is simply worrying.
Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe to AI Otaku Studio, and don't forget to check out Infinite Novel Audio for more amazing content. See you in the next adventure.